called Xerces Society. Um, I think many folks here have heard of them. And what they do is they work on trying to protect the invertebrates in their habitats. And they're a wealth of information on bees and other pollinators. Anyway, so they did a campaign with Whole Foods to show the importance of pollinators. So the picture here on the left shows before and after results of our crops with and without pollination. So the top picture, this shows the choices of produce available because of pollination. And then when we look at this bottom picture here, it's kind of scary. So this shows what the produce department would look like without pollination. So it looks like mostly oranges in there that are self-fertile, but all the other stuff is missing. So an interesting way to describe pollination in the food we eat is a quote from The Forgotten Pollinators, written by Stephen Buckman, where he says, "One in every 3 mouthfuls you swallow is created from plants pollinated by animals." So it really shows how necessary pollinators are to our food supply. And think about our own veggie gardens. We get such a higher yield with pollinators. Okay, so how does pollination happen? We have a few different ways. Most flowering plants have developed a variety of methods for pollen transfer, such as wind, water, self-pollination. However, the most common methods for pollination are the animal pollinators, like the butterflies, hummingbirds, flies, bats, beetles, and other insects, and especially our bees. But first, in order to understand the pollination process in more detail, um, let's take a look at the different parts of flowers. Okay, so to begin, some flowers can have both male and female parts. So that's known as a perfect flower, as seen on the left, while other flowers may only have one or the other, a female part or a male part, and they need the help of another flower to get pollinated. So that's called imperfect flower, and we'll talk about those terms in a few minutes. So for the flowers that have male or female parts, what happens is the male flowers dry up and die. They don't produce fruit like the female parts. So you might see that maybe with squash. You might see a flower and think, oh, great, okay, it's the beginning of the fruit, but then it dies off. So that's probably the male flower that's happening to. Okay, so here in this image, we have a diagram of a perfect flower. It has both the male and female parts in the same flower. Um, so the male parts that make up the flower are referred to as the stamen. So that's over on the right-hand side here. And the combined female parts are called the pistil, circled on the left. So stamen, male, pistil, female. First, let's look a little more in depth at the female reproductive parts. So the female pistil is usually located in the center of the flower, as circled here, and is made up of 4 parts, beginning with the stigma, which is that sticky knob at the top of the pistil. It's attached to a long tube-like structure called the style, and then the style leads to the ovary, pointed to here. And the ovary is actually what's going to develop into a fruit to protect the seeds. Then inside the ovary, we have something called the ovules, and that's the plant structure that develop into seeds when fertilized. So while the ovules turn into seeds upon pollination and fertilization, the ovary becomes the protective fruit. So think of something common to eat like a tomato. The part we eat is the mature, let's see, I see a mature ovary, and the seeds are the ovules. Um, and the number of the ovules present in an ovary depends on the plant species. So some plants have a single ovule in an ovary, such as a mango, while some plants have many ovules in an ovary, such as a watermelon, papaya, and so on. Okay, so let's look at the male now. So the male stamens usually surround the pistil, and the stamen is made up of 2 parts. The first is the anther. That's the one you see that has all the pollen in it. So the anther has all the pollen, and then you have this long filament that holds the anther up. So that was kind of a high level visual of the male and female parts of a flower. It can really get detailed, but just to know kind of the main parts are the stigma and the anther, and we'll show a little more on fertilization too. And then there's some other non-reproductive flower parts to look at. Really, the flower couldn't have all the reproductive parts without these others. So down at the bottom, we have what's called the receptacle. And this part holds all the floral parts together. And in certain plants, it gives rise to the edible part of the fruit. And then we have the sepal. So that's the outer part of the flower, often green and leaf-like. So this part encloses and protects a developing bud, sort of like a modified leaf. And then we have our petals. So often beautiful and are used to attract pollinators. Okay, so let's take a look at how the pollen grain is actually released from the male anther before we look at the pollination fertilization process. Any questions so far or comments?
No questions in the chat yet.
Sounds good. Okay, so a lot of the times I get the question, how do the pollen grains actually get released from the anther in the first place? So it's a very detailed process, but I'll just do kind of a high level here so you can see how that happens. So here, this is the male anther. So again, this is where the pollen grains are produced. And this picture is actually taken from a close-up of a Peruvian lily, Alstroemeria, that I have in my garden. So once the anther matures, it's going to split because of the maturing pollen grains and also dehydration. So as the dehydration occurs, the anther walls start to sort of bend outward, and we'll see a picture of it doing this in slow motion. So it kind of turns inside out. So the pollen you see on the left, the pollen, if you look on the right-hand side, that was once contained on the inside, is now on the outside. So it kind of flips inside out. And now it's exposed to wind, water, insects, and is free to be dispersed. And that's exactly what the plant wants. So as this happens, the walls also shrink and then the anther shortens. So the pollen grains are pretty fascinating. Here are some close-up pictures of them. Unfortunately, in these times, most people say they look like COVID, so they're not really impressed with these, but they're really cool, and they're very, very different. They're all really, really unique. The outer wall of the pollen grain is container tight to protect the pollen cells from drying up en route to the female part of the flower. What's amazing is the way it's designed. So it needs to have at least one opening to allow exit of the pollen tube and must be capable of absorbing moisture, allowing it to burst to release the pollen cells. Um, and there's also great variation when it comes to the size of pollen grains. And if you're interested in learning more about pollen grains or seeing some extraordinary close-up pictures, I highly recommend this book, Pollen, by Rob Kessler and Madeline Harley. So that's actually Tom Tucker loaned me the book, and it's fascinating. So, and it's called Pollen, the Hidden Sexuality of Flowers. Anyway, normally we would provide you with flowers and hand lenses to peek inside the flowers and identify the parts together in class. But since we're not in person, we've got a video of a ripening stamens and stigma in a perfect flower. So let me go ahead and see if I can get that video up. Just get it on the screen here. Okay, so this is the time lapse of the lily flower with ripening stamens and stigma. Okay, so first thing we see the male anthers are maturing, and that's where the pollen grains are produced. And then the female stigma is right in the middle here. The anthers are maturing and it's doing the split open thing. And then as dehydration occurs, the anther walls start to kind of bend outward. And here it looks like it's turning, almost turning inside out, so that the pollen that was originally on the inside is now on the outside. So it's just happening about now. Meanwhile, you can see in the middle, the female stigma is maturing and growing taller. So again, this one is a perfect flower. This is the lily, has both male and female parts. Great. Okay, let me. Okay, so I just thought that that was, kind of helpful in showing how that whole process happens. Pretty amazing stuff. So let's look at the pollination and fertilization processes. Okay, so same picture that we're going to be looking at. So first, pollination, simply put, the process of male pollen grains from the anther, circled here, being delivered to the female stigma. So from the anther to the female stigma, if the right conditions are met, the pollen grain that's on the stigma is recognized and hydrated. And once that happens, hopefully the fertilization process begins. So the cells inside the pollen grain are either non-productive or productive. So those are the cells, the pollen grain cells. Um, the non-productive cell creates a burrow, as seen here. So what it does is creates kind of like a tube that goes down toward the ovaries. That's called the pollen tube. Then the other types of cells, the reproductive cell, travel through the ovary down toward or travel down the tube down to the ovary. So once the pollen cell reaches the ovary, it finds the ovules, as seen here. And then fertilization occurs when one of the pollen cells fuses with the egg inside the ovule. And depending on the temperature, the pollen tube usually requires about 2 to 4 hours to reach the ovule. So it would be really interesting to see this live. Also, fertilization is not assured even when pollination takes place. And as mentioned, the fertilized ovules become the seeds, and then the ovary becomes the fruit, which in most cases encloses the seeds. And again, so we eat the ovary, which is the fruit, or the ovules, which are the seeds. And once the fertilization process has taken place, changes are induced in the flower. And an example is shown here on the left-hand side. That's the beginning stages of a zucchini. And so the fruit's growing and the anthers and the stigma are kind of withering away. The petals drop off. And the sepals may shed or undergo modifications. So the ovules develop into seeds, each containing an embryo plant. So the principal purpose of the fruit is the protection and distribution of its seeds. So any questions?
There's a comment that it was a great video. And then
Oh,
there's a question. I'll read you the question. It says, providing hummingbirds with feeders, good or bad idea?
oh, that's a good question. I think that's up for argument. I hear both cases on that, and I know what I was trying to do is really provide natural nectar for them and not have the hummingbird feeders. And I think that the feeders are fine, but what happens is a lot of the times people forget to clean them out. So you need to make sure that they're clean and sanitary. And a lot of times too, once the hummingbird has established that as a food source, it really kind of relies on that. And so I think it's just a matter of keeping it full and making sure that it's clean. So speaking of nectar, that was a good segue into nectar with that question. Some flowers don't offer pollen or nectar, and some of them offer one or the other. And some plants offer both pollen and nectar. It just really depends on the plant. So The pollen can be used as a protein for the pollinators, especially honeybees and bumblebees. So they eat that and they also feed that to their young. Now, the nectar, that's what most of the pollinators are actually after. So that's giving them their energy when they're out and about. Um, so the nectar is like a sugar-rich, watery solution. So again, they get the protein from the pollen and the energy from sugar and nutrients from the nectar. So it's good to have, and we'll look at some plants that provide both of those. It's good to really think about what you have in your yard, flowers that have pollen, but then also making sure that you've got a lot of flowers that have the nectar so they can keep up their energy to do the pollinating. So nectar is really important to the insect pollination process. It's much different than the pollen in flowers. And again, it serves primarily to attract pollinators. So the nectaries, that's where the nectar is stored, are usually located at the base of the flower stamens. So that draws the animal visitor into contact with the pollen to be transferred. The location can be really varied on where the nectar is in the plant. And interestingly, flowers that need to be cross-pollinated, we'll look at that in a minute, secrete only relatively small amounts of nectar. And what that does is it encourages the pollinators to visit several flowers in order to receive a full meal. So that's also assuring that their pollen is being distributed out and about. So along with providing flowers with pollen, we should keep plants with plenty of nectar, like we said, and then the pollinators don't have to travel so far for a nectar source. As we saw on one of the previous slides, the nectar is sugar rich. It ranges in color. Most common color is yellow, orange, and red. And some flowers have something called nectar guides. So as seen here on the right-hand side with the arrow. Um, so basically the nectar guide, hang on one second. Okay, so this one here, what it's showing is the nectar guide that guides the pollinators to the nectar. Um, this is a monkey flower. So on the left-hand side, it shows it in visible light. And then on the right-hand side, this is ultraviolet. So this is showing the dark nectar guide. So this is actually visible to bees. They see the ultraviolet, but it's not visible to humans. So for them, it can be this huge thing if they're buzzing around a flower. It's almost like a big arrow, like seen here. This is also, let's see, on the handout from UC Davis Haagen-Dazs Honeybee Haven that shows plants that provide sources of nectar. Okay, so this is the handout here. We're not going to go into this handout, but just to show you that this is listing plants that will go for nectar or pollen or both. So this one, they're low water bee plants for Sacramento region. And most of the plants on this list should work well in most locations. So if you actually wanted to give this to people as a handout, they should have luck with these plants. And we'll go more into detail about the plants later, but just to show, it outlines which ones have nectar, which ones have pollen, and then best case scenario, like in this mallow or Santa Barbara daisy, that has both. So that's the best case scenario for the pollinators. Okay,
Oh,
so
is that one of the handouts in the chat file?
yes, it should be.
Okay.
If not, just let me know and I can make sure everyone gets that. Yeah, because I think that's a really good one to give out to people. It's very clear, easy to grow. Most of these plants are easy to grow, and then it shows their bloom time. So this also helps folks if they want to have the plants that bloom the longest. It shows January through December. Okay, so we mentioned earlier imperfect and perfect flowers. So let's start with imperfect. So here we have imperfect flowers. Also, you've probably heard them called incomplete because they don't have both male and female parts in the same flower. But it can still go through the pollination and fertilization process, and they're really productive. So imperfect flowers, each flower is either male or female, like we see here. On the left, we have zucchini. So we have the male flower on the left picture. That's on the left-hand side. Female for the zucchinis on the right-hand side. And then next we have some squash. Again, the male flower is seen on the left and the female is seen on the right. And you might hear these terms there out in the field. The female only flower type is called pistillate, and the male only flower type is called staminate. So it has the word in there, the pistil and the stamen. And among these imperfect flowers, both the pistillate and staminate flowers may grow on the same plant, or the staminate flower may be on one plant and the pistillate flower on another. So the University of Illinois website lists squash, corn, begonias, and some others as species with pistillate and staminate flowers on the same plant. Whereas species with staminate flowers on one plant and pistillate flowers on another include asparagus, spinach, cottonwood, etc. Okay, so those were imperfect flowers. Next on to our perfect flowers. Okay, so perfect flowers are flowers that we've seen. They have both the male and female structures, and most flowers fall into this category. And looking at the flower on the left, so that's a Cape honeysuckle, we see both the male and the female parts. So female stigma circled at the top, and then the male anthers that contain all that good pollen. And then again, when looking at the Ostromeria flower on the right, we see the female stigma circled here, and then the male anthers circled there. Some common perfect flowers include flowers from tomatoes, morning glories, snapdragons, petunias, lilies, irises, and many more. They're the most common. So it's typically located in the middle of the flower. So that's where the female stigma is, circled here. And then the male's stamens on the outside. You'll see in different flowers that it really looks different depending on the flower. So it's not, you're not always going to have the female part in the inside and the male on the outside. In some flowers, you're going to see, you can see them with the naked eye, but many require a hand lens or a camera magnifier attachment or a microscope or something to clearly distinguish the individual biological structures. And I really encourage you, if you don't have one, to get a hand lens. I mean, it'll change your gardening life. Seriously, it's so amazing to look inside these flowers and see all sorts of things, little aphid families in there and all sorts of things. So I get this question a lot now that we've looked at perfect and imperfect flowers. So is a perfect flower, is that the best case scenario for the production of seeds and fruit? So that's a really good question. You may be familiar with the terms cross-pollination and or self-pollination. Okay, so it's really remarkable how plants adapt and evolve in order to reproduce. So there are self-pollinating plants, which occur in a couple of different ways. The first way is when flowers allow the transfer of pollen in the same flower. So it's circled here. And then another way to self-pollinate is when the pollen is transferred to another flower, but it's still on the same plant. So that's self-pollinating. So on the other hand, when there's cross-pollination, that occurs when pollen is delivered from the male stamen of one flower on over to the female stigma of a flower on a different plant of the same species. And then fertilization takes place. So that would be the cross-pollination. So cross-pollination is typically better than self-pollination for the following reasons. Cross-pollination increases the health and vigor and fruit quality in the plants. And the offsprings produced are healthier too. It produces more genetic diversity in the population. So that's cross-pollinating. And with cross-pollination, the seeds produced are plentiful and viable. So it's all around a plus for everyone. So our pollinators are really important as an outside influence in cross-pollination. So now to see how smart these plants are. Plants that have perfect flowers, the ones with both the male and female structures and don't want to be self-pollinated, have adapted for cross-pollination using some really cool tools. Um, so the reproductive organs may be arranged in such a way that self-fertilization is unlikely, such as the plant may vary the length or the position of the male and female parts. So pollen can't get from one place to another inside the same flower. So that's called heterostyle. Um, and so again, what they're trying to do, since it's a perfect flower, but it doesn't want to self-pollinate, it it does this process. So it varies the length or position, so it doesn't pollinate itself. Um, some plants that do this are primrose, buckwheat, flax, to name a few. Normally, development occurs at the same time, so all the male and female parts would most likely be at the same stage of maturity at the same time, but can't reach each other to self-pollinate. Okay, another interesting way that the plant will stop self-pollination is to vary the time of maturity between the male and female parts. Um, Pretty incredible. So this is called dichogamy, and as seen here with the Alstroemeria, um, the male stamens develop before the female stigma, and then they're spent, and then the female stigma matures. So some examples of plants that do this are salvias, daisies, carrots, asters, and more. Um, okay, so just to keep it interesting, there's also something called self-incompatibility. And this is another way that plants make sure the wrong type of pollination doesn't get them. So a very general explanation on a subject that's really, really detailed. So in plants, so they're perfect plants, but they have self-incompatibility mechanism. So what happens when a pollen grain produced in a plant reaches a stigma of a flower, the process of pollen germination is halted at one of its stages. And as a result, no seeds are produced. And some plants are actually able to manipulate the schedule of pollen removal by essentially hiding some of the anthers when the flowers first open. And then they gradually reveal them. So that tactic prevents bees from collecting all the pollen they need at one flower. And a little more on cross-pollination versus self-pollination. Let's look at an example of what a raspberry looks like when it's self-pollinated versus cross-pollinated. Okay, so maybe you've noticed this before, crumbly raspberries that don't stick together well. Well, that could be due to self-pollination. So here's just one of many examples of better fruit production with cross-pollination. So these pictures are from a study done at the University of Minnesota. The first two raspberries are self-pollinated and not really looking as good as the third one here, which is cross-pollinated and looks pretty scrumptious. Okay, so hopefully this gives somewhat of a clear picture of how in many cases the fruit benefits so much more with cross-pollination in our animal pollinators. So along with the flower's motivation to have successful pollination and fertilization, um, they have many other tricks up their sleeve, such as the next one I'm going to show you, the orchid plant, the orchid bucket plant. Does anyone have any questions before that?
See, I think the only question up there, let me take a look at, yeah, was what is an imperfect, or give examples of a perfect flower, which you did already. So we're good to go.
Okay, so that probably covered it. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so this one is really interesting. It took Tom Tucker a few times to really explain this to me to make me understand how this was all working. But it's amazing how our plant friends have really evolved to attract pollinators for their survival. Okay, so here we have a bucket orchid plant um, with quite an advanced way of distributing its pollen and assuring reproduction. And they got some really cool videos of this out there. If you Google it, if you go to YouTube, it's got some really cool stuff. So here's the story with this one. You have a male orchid bee, as seen on the left, and he's out to attract a female orchid bee for mating. Now, this female orchid bee is attracted to the male bee only if he has a strong fragrance about him, especially the fragrance from a bucket orchid flower. So the male bee gets a whiff of the strong flower scent, arrives at the flower, and scratches for the oils. So right in that area here on the right-hand side. And what happens next? The area where he's landed is really waxy and slippery. And that causes him to fall into the flower area that looks like this bucket. And next, what happens is the orchid has a gland that drips watery fluid through a spigot, keeping the bucket partially filled. This plant's really smart. So the bee could not escape were it not for a small step on the edge of the bucket. So the bee is able to pull itself out of the pool and it enters a small tunnel in order to escape the fluid-filled bucket. The tunnel is just large enough for the bee to escape. But right as he's escaping through the tube contracts, holding the bee in place, and the flower then places some glue on the bee, making sure the glue is in a location where the bee can still fly. During this time, 2 sacs of pollen are pressed onto the bee. And once this is done, the tube relaxes and releases the bee through the spigot, as seen here at the bottom. So it's kind of an interesting process. But then an even more incredible process takes place. Even though the bee went through that ordeal, he's still really interested in collecting more of the scent from the bucket orchid plant to attract females. And so what he does is he goes to another bucket orchid flower. He goes through a similar process, slipping into the bucket area and escapes through the tunnel again. However, what's really interesting is this time, if the orchid flower has entered the female stage, instead of the pollen sacs awaiting him at the end of the tunnel, there's kind of a hook-like structure that removes the pollen sacs from the bee's back and causes them to open and pollinate the female part. One important thing to note here is that this female orchid bee that he's trying to attract and mate with are the only creatures regularly able to gain entrance to the Brazil nut tree's flowers in order to pollinate them. So we look at this whole process and how it's so interconnected. So the bucket orchid plant gets to reproduce because of the male orchid bee pollinating it, which male orchid bee in turn gets the sweet smell necessary to attract and mate with the female orchid bee. And then the female orchid bees are pretty much the only bee able to pollinate the Brazil nut tree. And there's so many other ways out there. This one's kind of a dramatic way, but if you do some searches, you'll see so many different ways that flowers have adapted to get what they want, which is to distribute their seeds and multiply. Okay, so let's see. Next up, let's go ahead and take a look at more in depth about who the pollinators are. Okay, so simply stated, a pollinator, an animal that moves pollen from plant to plant for fertilization, causing plants to make fruit or seeds. And we have a lot of different types of animal pollinators. You know, we've got the common ones like birds, butterflies, bees, ladybugs, but we also have some that don't get the credit they deserve for their pollination, such as bats, flies, moths, wasps, beetles, and many more. Even ants are responsible for some pollination happening. And beetles are actually the key pollinators for our California poppies. And so we have a beetle up at the top, the ground beetle, top left, and then over in the middle on the right-hand side, this is a good guy. This is a soldier beetle. So they're really important pollinators. Okay, so next up we have the pollinator job description. Key responsibilities: a safe and timely transport of pollen from the male reproductive structure to the female reproductive structure. And the duties: visit flowers or cones when they're shedding pollen, return each year to perform the same duties or send their offspring to continue duties, carry the pollen grains safely and efficiently, also take the reward from the flower, but nothing else. Okay, for the payment for the pollinators, They receive food in the form of nectar or pollen, and they receive a possible mate because they're smelling good. And they receive warm shelter for the night and also somewhere to lay eggs and a nursery for their young. So let's take a closer look at just a few of the pollinators, beginning with our hummingbirds. Okay, so for the hummingbird, their lifespan is around 3 to 8 years. It really depends on the species. And they have no sense of smell, so they're actually going after that color. So when someone had a question about the feeder, we usually see that the feeders have that bright red color. And the sight is the hummingbird's most important sense. Hummingbird is a really fast flyer that makes a lot of changes in direction, so it really needs that eyesight to be able to do that. And they're attracted to the bright colors, red, orange, yellow, white, and they also see ultraviolet. Their hearing is most important to, second most important to sight. And this is funny, their average heart rate is more than 1,200 beats per minute. So they're wiry little dudes. The maximum forward flight speed for them, about 30 miles per hour. I've seen it written that they can go up to 60 miles per hour, but I haven't proven that to be true yet. So, but at least 30 miles per hour. So they're really fast.
Paula, I could
And
pop in here.
yes.
The 60 miles an hour usually comes when, I don't know if you've ever heard it, but what we're hearing in our gardens now is you'll see hummingbirds and then you'll hear this beep. And what that
Uh-huh.
is that's the male coming down and they do this very sharp V curve to try and attract the female.
Hmm.
And at the
Ah.
bottom, that peep is not a sound they're making. It's the air passage over the feathers in the tail of the hummingbird as it moves through the bottom of that V. And in that diving V, they can certainly reach up to 60 miles per hour.
Wow.
Wow. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you for that. Yeah, because I was trying to do some research and kept coming up with different ideas on that. Wow. And
Yeah,
that's
and
what
that's
that
a
noise
mating
is.
behavior. You'll particularly see it in the annas. We have so many annas around here. You'll see it in the Anna hummingbird.
Great. Well, that's something, yeah, that's something to listen for and look for out in the garden. Great. Okay. Um, well, I was going to ask if anyone else has some fun facts or stories about hummingbirds that have visited your garden. If you want to put that into chat or unmute if you have any interesting hummingbird stories. Okay, if not, we'll move on. There was actually, I have a hummingbird story. I thought we were having electrical problems. I kept hearing buzzing in the wall, but I couldn't tell where it was coming from. I just kept hearing this buzzing. And then finally, gosh, it must have been 2 days later, I found a hummingbird in one of my lampshades and it was trying to make a nest in there. Anyway, we got it out. Okay.
The other thing with hummingbirds is that their tongue actually bifurcates and then it
Oh,
closes up and works like a straw. And when they come out of the flower, you can very often see the bifurcation in the tongue as and that helps it swallow the nectar.
Oh, wow.
is that also how it catches insects?
Yes,
Wow.
yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, that's
I mean,
really interesting to
it sort of
see.
sucks them up because its tongue works like a straw.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so does anyone recognize and know the name of this hummingbird? Any of the class participants? If you do, you can put it in chat or unmute. I think we just heard someone mention the name of this bird. Okay, any non-students? Okay, I'll answer it. It's a male Anna's hummingbird. Um, so that's what Peg was just talking about, that Annas are really common here. So the male's throat, neck, and head flashes a really pretty iridescent rose color. And when the sunlight hits it the right way, it can be really breathtaking. And the Anna's is found mainly in California during its breeding season, where it's most common hummingbird, like we said. Um, Unlike the other mostly migratory hummingbirds, the Annas usually stick around most of the year. They don't migrate south and north. Instead, they tend to move to higher elevations in the summer and lower in the winter. Um, Next, we have the female Annas. And as you see, she's not as colorful as the male. The females may have just a few streaks of throat color. Um, and like many birds, the male has the showy colors in order to attract a mate. And the next one you may see in your yard is this really pretty male black-chinned hummingbird. And here's the female. These hummingbirds usually migrate to Mexico in the winter, and the males have a velvety black throat with a thin iridescent purple base. The females have a pale throat, and in both sexes, the flanks are glossed with dull metallic green. And next we have another one that you may see is the calliope. So this is the male calliope. And then here's the female calliope. And these birds are tiny. They're the smallest birds in the United States. They're under 4 inches and they weigh around 2 to 3 grams. And the standout feature of the calliope hummingbird are the magenta rays on the male's throat, as seen here. Um, Both males and females are greenish above, and males make U-shaped dives to attract females. So it kind of sounds like the same thing that the Annas do to attract the females. And then another one you may or may not see. This is the male Allen's hummingbird, and here's the female. And these hummingbirds mostly migrate along the California coast and slightly inland. So you might not see them here. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the plants, local plants that they might like. So hummingbirds are attracted to tubular shaped flowers that have plenty of nectar. The plants shown here are a few to get started to attract them to your gardens, or if you're out and about and people are asking you about this, it should be on one of the handouts also, so you could use that handout and give it to them. So this one is from the UC Davis Arboretum Pollinator Plant List for hummingbirds. So just a few on the list. So we have spider aloe. This one's a perennial evergreen that has succulent leaves with creamy, sort of like teeth-like structures. And its leaves sprout really dramatic spikes of dark red flowers in the winter, making it a really pretty plant. And then the next one, I can vouch for this one. I think it's one of Jennifer's favorites too. This is the Alstroemeria, also called Peruvian lily. I have them in my garden and they've proven to be tough, low water perennials that are long lasting in not just the garden, but they're actually really good for cut flower arrangements. So you'll see those in the cut flowers. And then this one here, this is kangaroo paw, really fun evergreen perennial with spiky vertical foliage, sort of like paw-like flowers. And then we have salvia. So this one is the germander sage. It's a small evergreen shrub with silvery gray foliage and really pretty, beautiful true blue flowers, and can sometimes flower all year long. Okay, and next up we have another salvia. You pretty much can't go wrong with the salvias. The pollinators love them. This one is hummingbird sage. It's a California native perennial with a really strong fragrance. Sometimes people say it smells pineapple-like. Mine doesn't really smell that way, but it's got a really nice fragrance. It's got really pretty flower stalks that grow 1 to 2 feet tall, and with red flowers sort of in whorls. So kind of like spirals. And then we have our California fuchsia, another California native perennial that does really well in our region. It has gray, silver, and green foliaged varieties and tubular orange-red flowers in summer and fall. The flowers almost look like a Cape honeysuckle type. So this is the native, not like the other fuchsias we see nurseries trying to sell. A lot of those don't do well in some of our regions here, but the California native fuchsia should do fine. Okay, so how about if we take a little break and then when we come back, we will dig into butterflies?
Paula, I have one comment on the that's interesting about hummingbirds.
Yes.
Here, their beaks are straight, but in South Africa and South Americas, there is something called a sunbird, which fills the same niche. It's a nectar feeder that looks for the right shaped flower. But predominantly in South Africa, the sunbirds, their beak is curved because of
Oh,
the geometry of the flowers that they are feeding off.
oh, wow.
So although the hummingbirds are here and the sunbirds are there, they've both adapted their beak to the actual flower that's available over time. And that's, an evolutionary thing. They're different families, but in South Africa, the beak is curved and here it's straight.
Wow. Yeah, it's really amazing once you start looking at all this stuff of how,
Mhm.
the flowers adapt, how the pollinators adapt, the animals adapt over time, to fit their needs. It's incredible.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so how about, let's see, it's about 5 till 10. You want to come back in maybe 10 minutes, 5 after 10?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Are you there, Paula?
give folks a few minutes to come back in.
I just answered one of the questions for you that I think is probably not on your study, and it was a question about whether raspberries self-pollinate, and they do. So you don't need different varieties, but they need to be kept away from nightshade plants like tomatoes and eggplants because they harbor verticillium wilt, which can affect raspberries. So I just put that in
Oh,
there, and it because because I looked it up, and
great. And you put that into chat?
yeah, I put that into chat. And then there's a question that you will address. That's, can you share advice on manual pollination and recommend for how many plants should be planted when growing cucumbers? I'll look up the cucumber part.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've got the fun Tom Tucker video.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Which is what I might need to do with my veggie garden, because with the cage, the crop cages that I showed you,
Uh,
to keep the cats out, I can still keep
oh,
them open at the top,
yeah.
but I'm noticing the pollinators are going to the areas that have the wire and they can't get through. So
Oh, interesting.
yeah, we'll have to figure something out. Maybe cut some more holes in there or something. The little guys get in, they go right through. But I noticed the other day, butterfly and a bee was trying to get in there.
Oh,
Great. Okay. Does it look like we have everyone back?
let's see. It's kind of hard for me to tell. I actually, let me see if I can look at the gallery here and
I
see
think it
what's going on.
looks like a few people are still. I see a kitty on Patty.
Yeah, I don't know actually how you tell if everybody's back or not, since they're they all have a screen,
Yeah,
but they're not.
it's looking like Lisa Duncan and Christina Rourke are still on their way back. So I'll just give them a few more
Now,
seconds in here.
how do you know that?
So they have their video on, but they're not in the video.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Sounds good to me. Hey. All right. Cucumbers.
Okay, thanks, Deb.
Sure.
Okay, I'll go ahead and get started. All right, so what we're going to look at next are our butterfly friends. So let's see what we have about butterflies. So most adult butterflies have a really short lifespan of only a couple of weeks. Those are the adult butterflies. But that can vary greatly among species. It's just sort of a general idea. Also depends on factors like the size of the butterfly, where it lives, and what time of year it hatches. So a lot of variables in there. Depending on the species, females lay eggs one at a time in clusters or in batches of hundreds. So butterflies lay, on average, maybe 100 to 300 eggs, although some species may only lay a few dozen, and others can lay as many as 1,000. So again, it depends on the type of butterfly. And they like to live close by to a food source. Most of them fly pretty quickly, so they fly around 5 to 12 miles per hour. But the fastest butterflies, they're called skippers. They can actually fly up to 37 miles per hour. They're really fast. Their most important sense is smell, and they see ultraviolet and are attracted to a lot of different colors. They use sensory structures on their feet to taste and identify plants. So a butterfly's antennae, legs, and many other parts of the body are covered with these sense receptors that are used for sense of smell. So it helps them find food, helps them find mates. And for their hearing, their wings are really sensitive. And so basically what they do is they feel vibration. And then the caterpillars, when they're in this stage, They have the sense of touch, taste, smell, sound, and light, but they can't see when they're caterpillars. So let's take a quick look at the different stages of its evolution. Okay, so the egg stage, that's generally 4 to 10 days. And then we have the caterpillar, the larval stage. That's about 3 to 4 weeks. And in this stage, the caterpillars are going to shed their skin like 4 to 5 times. And also in this stage, they can eat a whole bunch. So if they're on a plant, a host plant, they're really eating a lot of that plant up. Then we have the chrysalis or the pupa stage. That's around 10 to 20 days. So the chrysalis, that's where after weeks of feasting on the host plants, the caterpillars pupate and turn into a hard shell. That's the chrysalis. And that process could take up to a month. And then the butterfly just lives for a week or two. So if you do have one in your yard, a chrysalis, you'll be looking at it for a while. It's really, really fun to see. And again, the adult butterflies may be around maybe 10 to 16 days in general. Okay, so let's look at what the caterpillars and butterflies need from us. Okay, so out of the 4 stages of a butterfly's life cycle, 3 of the cycles rely on host plants. So the butterfly eggs, caterpillars, and pupa need the host plants, while the adult butterfly relies on flowers for nectar. So the host plants are plants that adult butterflies depend on to raise their young. Female butterflies lay their eggs directly onto their host plant of choice, since the caterpillars can't travel far to feed. And the caterpillars won't just eat any leaf. Each species has specific plants that their caterpillars will eat. For example, the monarch caterpillar pretty much only feeds on milkweed plant. So if you want to attract a specific butterfly, do some research and grow the plant that they need as the host plant in your garden. You might want to tuck it in the back because it will get chewed up. The adult butterfly is more of a generalist. So the adult visits a lot of different types of flowers for nectar. Okay, so there are quite a few plants that do well in our area that serve both as a host for caterpillars and a nectar source plant for the adult butterflies, and actually the other pollinators. So does anyone have some ideas on plants that will attract the butterflies? If you do, you can put it into chat or unmute. Okay, we'll go to the next slide. So listed here are just a few of the many plants that could be used in our area to feed both the butterflies, their caterpillars, and then again, many other pollinators. Okay, so up first, we've got the milkweed. So there's a lot of different varieties, such as showy, heartleaf, California. And someone asked me the other day about the milkweed. They heard that some of them can be invasive. So I looked it up, and yeah, there's certain ones that are invasive. Sounds like the native milkweed, not so much, but could be. They're hardy plants that, and they're perennials. They thrive in the sun and they can tolerate average to poor soil, which we tend to have here. Um, it does double duty again, so it's a host for the monarch caterpillar and also provides nectar. And then next we have the beautiful asters. So the asters are daisy-like perennials that bring a wide variety of colors to the garden, and many bloom toward the end of the growing season when most flowers have stopped flowering. So it's great for the pollinators. And then we have black-eyed Susans. So the butterflies love these. Black-eyed Susan's incredibly drought-resistant perennial, does really well here in most of our regions. And then we have our coneflower, also known as echinacea. Again, a great caterpillar host plant and also attracts a wide variety of pollinators into your gardens. Okay, so this next one we have, you probably recognize snapdragons. They add really pretty color to the gardens early in the spring and then again in the fall. And they're typically grown as annuals, but can overwinter here in our area in zones 9 through 11. Okay, and then known for their large, brightly colored yellow or orangish heads, we have our sunflowers, which are a favorite among butterflies. and many other pollinators. And so these are fast-growing annuals that provide a large landing area with many small nectar flowers. And so sunflowers not only make a great host plant, but they also provide a late season nectar source for butterflies with some species. Okay, and then we've got stone crop, sedum. So often used as a ground cover. The flowers are really cool because they change color as the season progresses. Okay, any questions on the butterflies before we move into ladybugs?
There are no questions here, but there are a lot of answers to the questions you asked. So I'm going to read some
Oh,
of the
good.
examples. Lavender, plants that are red, yellow, and orange. Dutchman's pipe for the swallowtail, caterpillar, and bottlebrush.
And bottle brush. Yeah, okay. I'm going to put that in for next time. And what was the other one for the swallowtail?
Dutchman's pipe.
Dutchman's pipe.
There's a native California pipevine which brings in the beautiful black with blue highlights California pipevine butterfly.
Oh,
And that grows very well around here.
great. Okay, thank you. Okay, on to our ladybugs. So ladybugs flourish in places where their food sources thrive. Ladybug is actually a beetle. They're not as effective as other pollinators, but they do manage to move some pollen, and they're really beneficial to the garden. They take care of a lot of insect problems, such as aphids. They live between 1 and 3 years, depending on the type. A single ladybug can lay up to 300 eggs, and after the female lays her eggs, they hatch in usually 2 to 10 days. The eggs are yellow, oblong, and laid in clusters in an aphid colony, so the larvae will have a food source as they emerge from their eggs. So that's really fun to see. Their antennae and feet help with their strong sense of smell, touch, and taste, and help them find their prey and their mate, kind of like the butterfly. Um, they can't see color, so they're really using their sense of smell to find what they need. They like light and warmth. And their spots, the ones that have spots, those are a warning to predators, similar to butterflies. So it's that orange, red, and black combination. And so this usually tells predators that either they're not very tasty or they're poisonous. Temperatures under 55 degrees limit their ability to fly. Usually they come out when it's over 55 degrees. And so one of the questions was asked last time, if you purchase ladybugs from the nursery, when do you put them out? So basically, if you do purchase them from a nursery, what you want to do is, if it's in the daytime, you want to bring them home and put them in your refrigerator. It's not going to hurt them. They're just going to go dormant. And then what you want to do is you want to wait until it's not really sunny. So maybe you wait till dusk, and hopefully it's not too warm. So you want it to be cooler weather while they're still kind of dormant. Put them where you have aphids, and hopefully they'll stick around. Otherwise, if you bring them home and put them right out in the sunlight, they're just going to bolt, they're going to fly away. So that kind of helps them stick around. So a ladybug can actually eat up to 5,000 insects in its lifetime, and it can eat as many as 75 aphids in one day. And they also like to eat scale, mealybugs, and spider mites. Okay, so if you see something that looks like this, just popped up on the screen, don't get rid of it like I thought I was supposed to before learning that it was a ladybug larva. They look like little alligators, and they eat a ton of aphids at this stage, and they remain in this stage for around 2 to 4 weeks. But I think a lot of the times people don't know what they are. They look like a bad bug, so they're trying to figure out how to get rid of them. And here's the pupa, and that remains attached to a leaf for around 5 days throughout this stage. Okay, let's take a look at how to attract the ladybugs into our gardens or help people attract them into their gardens. So the following list has a mix of edible plants and ornamental types from the UC Davis Arboretum pollinator gardening information. Many of the plants ladybugs are attracted to are strong smelling herbs. So first up, We have cilantro. It's an annual herb and likes to be grown in partial shade. And then they really like dill. So dill has those feathery blue-green leaves, similar to fennel, but shorter and has many deep yellow flowers that comprise a flat head. And then we have our curly-leaved parsley, another culinary herb. And then we've got tick seed. So flowers come in yellow, orange, pink, and red. And then we have our yarrow. So oftentimes we see yarrow on the side of the road. It's usually yellow or sometimes brownish. But this one here, this is a really pretty magenta. So there's a lot of different colors that yarrow comes in. All right, and last but not least, of many that the ladybugs love, this is alyssum. So it's on the left-hand side of this garden bed here. And it's really pretty. It's the filler for many bouquets you've probably seen. Okay, does anyone have any other plants suggestions to attract ladybugs?
I noticed that my pomegranate trees are, the pomegranates, they're attracted to the little flower end and they're full of ladybugs when we harvest. We're always shaking them out. So.
Oh, really? Pomegranate tree. Interesting. Yeah, we used to have a pomegranate tree and it hasn't done well. Okay, thank you.
Jennifer made a comment that they make insect vacuums that won't hurt them when you collect them, and you can get those online.
Oh, yeah, I've seen those. Okay, yeah, you can search online and they're called insect vacuums, right?
Yeah, I know they use them for bees also. There are 3 other comments, and I'm not sure what the question was, but it's roses because of aphids. I see them on lettuce, Rose of Sharon.
So referring to ladybugs?
I think so. I wasn't
Probably.
sure if they were referring to aphids or the ladybugs.
Oh, yeah, if there's aphids on the roses, put the ladybugs on the roses. They'll take care of it.
It says mums are good too.
Mums, yeah. Okay, cool. All right, so now we're going to go on to our bee pollinators. Just some general facts so we can understand them a little bit better. They can vary in size depending on the type of bee. I mean, some are microscopic, little tiny things, and then the bigger ones can get up to about 1.5 inches. And a lot of people don't realize that most bees don't sting unless they're severely threatened. And males don't even have stingers. So that's all bees, honeybees, native bees. The males don't have the stingers. Although if they're coming after you, it's hard to tell if it's male or female. So their lifespan, it varies depending on the type of bee. And we'll go into that a little more with the specifics on each bee. They use their antennae to detect odor, and they have a really strong sense of smell. According to Smithsonian, some bees can smell a flower or toxin and actually illness from up to around 2 miles away. So that's another reason to have a nice aromatic garden. They can communicate by feeling sensation. And it's interesting. So they have 5 eyes. 2 of the eyes are compound and help them see color, movement, and patterns. And so those are the large ones on either side of its head. The smaller 3 eyes, as circled here, they're arranged in a triangular pattern on top of its head and are used for sun navigation. So the 3 eyes detect light, but not shapes. So that helps a bee sense if it's being approached from above by a predator, or maybe one of us trying to take a picture of it, so it flies away. And just a note on colors they see, bees typically don't see red. They see yellow, violet, different hues of blue, and especially ultraviolet, like we saw with the pollinator path or the nectar path. Keep in mind that their sense of smell is their strongest sense. So you may actually see them often visiting red blooms, but that's just their attraction to the smell. And again, we talked about the nectar guide. They see that nectar guide ultraviolet to help them find the nectar. Kind of reminds me of like an airline strip. It says right here. Okay, so now let's look at some of the many flowers that attract the bees into our garden. And I'm sure there's a lot of suggestions other than this list here. So There's certain bees that only visit specific flowers, sort of like the monarch caterpillar only feeding off the milkweed plant. And we won't get into the specifics here, um, but this is just a general idea of some of the local flowers that bees are attracted to that should do okay in most of our areas. So if you're recommending these plants to people, they should be fine. We begin to see duplicates among these flowers that we saw with the other pollinators. So it'd be great to get the ones that attract a variety of pollinators, like once again, the aster, and then our coneflower, our black-eyed Susan, and our salvia again. Cosmos, bees love the cosmos. And then our bee balm, and then our goldenrod, and once again, our milkweed. So next, let's take a look at the bees you probably see the most. Those are the European honeybees. So European honeybees, they're non-native to United States. They were introduced from Europe for honey production in the early 1600s. They're usually around an inch in size, depending on whether it's a drone, worker bee, or queen. And their colors vary. So they always do have the stripes, but they can be golden yellow to dark brown. And these bees are what we call social. So they nest in large colonies, and we know that they nest in hives. Stinging behavior, usually not aggressive, pretty much only sting when they feel threatened or that the hive, mostly if they feel the hive is threatened. Okay, so there's this thing called the waggle dance. I don't know if anyone's heard of it, but what happens is when a worker discovers a good source of nectar or pollen, she returns to the hive. So the worker bee is female. She returns to the hive and performs this waggle dance. And what this does, it's really funny to see. This dance informs the other bees of the pollen or nectar source she's found. So the waggle dance actually encodes the direction and the distance of location. So check out, if you can, check out a video on that because it just looks like they're doing a fun, almost like a little disco dance, but it's really conveying a lot of information about where the other bees can find the sources. They're usually active spring with the warm weather and flowering of plants and tend to remain active throughout the summer and into the fall. The queen lives about 3 to 4 years. The drone, which is the male, his only role is to mate with the queen, and he lives for around 8 weeks. And then again, the worker bee is the non-producing female. And she just does her work, takes care of the eggs, and lives for around 6 weeks. Okay, so those were our European honeybees. And next, let's take a look at our California native bees and how they differ from honeybees. So honeybees are really important pollinators and crucial for so many of our crops like apples, cranberries, melons, broccoli. Also, the almond crop of California is really dependent on honeybees. However, there's some other really important bee pollinators in California. Maybe you've heard of California native bees, and maybe you've even seen them in your yard, in your gardens. So we have different bees for different pollinating jobs. So California is home to 1,600 species of California native bees. Most of them are solitary, so it just means that they don't live in large communities like the honeybees and bumblebees. And although the honeybees are really necessary pollinators of specific plants, like we said, the California native bees tend to be up to 200 times more efficient at pollinating many other plants. And the native bees they've found are out in kind of the cooler weather that the honeybees don't like. So it's been reported that pollinating 1 acre of apples requires 50,000 honeybees, whereas that same area can be pollinated by around 250 native mason bees. So there's a huge number and difference there. So let's take a look at some of the California native bees you might see in your garden or people might be asking you about. Okay, so the first one we have is our bumblebee. Then we're going to look at our carpenter bee, our longhorn bees, sweat bees, leafcutter bees, wool carder bee, mason bee, and perdita bee. So that's just a few. We selected 8 of them to show you today, but there's, like I said, there's many more, but these are probably the more common ones that you might see. So let's look at specific characteristics of each of these bees, beginning with the bumblebee. Okay, so here's our bumblebee. Unlike the other native bees, the bumblebees aren't solitary. They have small communities. And what happens is the queen bumblebee hibernates through winter. So she usually hibernates in the ground, and just her. The rest of the hive is gone. And so what she's done is she's mated before that. She finds a safe nesting place, spends the winter, and then once she emerges, she's going to look for a place to lay her eggs and begin a colony. And she'll lay 5 to 16 eggs per cocoon. So when you see the larger bumblebees, that usually means it's a queen and she's looking for a place to nest. I saw one the other day, and so I've got a bumblebee nest box, so I put that out quickly, but she didn't take up residence in there. And then when you start to see the smaller ones, that means that she was able to lay her eggs, and now she stays in her nest, and the smaller worker bees come out and gather the pollen for the eggs. The most common locally are the black-faced and the yellow-faced, like we see here. They're usually around 3/4 of an inch. They can get up to 1.5 inches. They can get pretty big. They're black and yellow and have fuzzy abdomen. And again, bumblebees are the only bees native to North America that are truly social, not solitary. All the other ones are solitary. Stinging behavior, not aggressive. And again, males don't have stingers. And they're active mostly from March through August, but often they're the first bees active in late winter, February, and the last bees active in fall, November. And bumblebees are major pollinators of commercial growers. They're important pollinators of tomatoes, eggplants, peppers, melons, just a whole bunch of things. So they do a fascinating thing called buzz pollination, where in order to get the pollen, they vibrate their flight muscles, not their wings, but their flight muscles. So they actually disconnect their flight muscles from their wings so they don't fly away. And they can reach the frequency they need for the buzz pollination process. So I'm going to show you a video next, but let me just reshare to make sure that I have the sound going on there. Yep, we got it.
In a number of crops, such as tomato and blueberry, the pollen-bearing stamens are hidden. Most insects are unable to reach them easily. Bumblebees have a unique way of vibrating flowers, releasing the pollen. The bumblebee achieves this by firmly grasping the petals with its forelegs and jaws and setting up vibrations, by moving its flight muscles rapidly, making a distinct buzzing sound. How does pollination work? The bumblebee firmly holds the petals with its forelegs. The bumblebee vibrates its wing muscles. The pollen falls on the pistil and the underside of the rear end of the bumblebee. After its visit, the bumblebee collects the pollen with the pollen combs situated on its hind legs. This unique buzz pollination gives bumblebees a huge added value for your fruit or vegetables. In fact, it's the reason why bumblebees have been introduced to tomato and blueberry crops worldwide.
Off he goes. Okay, so I don't know if you noticed, but when the bumblebee was actually doing the buzz pollination, the wings weren't moving. So again, they're disconnected, but they still have the momentum in there. So pretty cool stuff. In this next video, we have Master Gardener Tom Tucker simulating the bumblebee buzz pollination technique to pollinate tomato plants in his garden. And we have Deb Sorrell narrating.
We all want the luscious fruits and veggies that come with cross-pollinating, but what if there aren't any bumblebees in your area? Here's a tip. Use a vibrating brush, a handheld fan, and you can blow the pollen over your blueberries, tomatoes, and eggplants. Watch how it works on this tomato plant.
So we can really see how the process takes place and how we may need to step in and help out if our pollinators disappear. Okay, so next, let's look at another California native bee that folks often mistake for the bumblebee. Can anyone name a bumblebee look-alike? Something that looks like a bumblebee? Okay, that would be
We all
the carpenter bee. So some of them, yes? Oh, I thought someone was talking. Some of them resemble bumblebees, especially the male mountain carpenter bee, but the carpenter bee's abdomen is shiny, not fuzzy, like seen on the bumblebee. So kind of a fun fact on carpenter bees. Sometimes they're called robber bees. I don't know if you've seen them do this, but when the nectar is hard to reach on certain flowers, they bite a hole at the base of the flower. And in order to get to the nectar, and because the necessary reproductive parts of the flower are bypassed, the flower is not rewarded by being pollinated. So they call them robber bees. But they're still really beneficial pollinators for other flowers for sure. Some types are native to California, and they can get up to 1 inch plus. And along with bumblebee queens, the carpenter bees are some of the largest native bees in the United States. And average lifespan, let's see. Oh, and again, some of them resemble the bumblebees. Females of both species are solid black that I mentioned here. And then while the males of this valley carpenter bee, that one's yellow. That one's really fun to see buzzing around the yard. And they're really curious about us. I had one that was just following me around the yard and buzzing around my face. No stinger, so not to worry. And then the male of the mountain carpenter bees are black with yellow hairs on the thorax. So that's the midsection of body between the head and the abdomen. And so those are the ones that folks get confused with bumblebees. But again, the carpenter bees are smooth and the bumblebees are fuzzy. So these bees are solitary. They don't live in communities, and they drill their nests into softwood, or you can provide habitat for them. We're going to look at that in a minute. They're not aggressive. And the males who look like they have the same coloring as the bumblebees sometimes look and behave aggressively, but again, they don't have the stingers. They can be active actually all through the year, but typically they're active March through October. And these are excellent pollinators of eggplant, tomato, and other veggies and many types of flowers too. Okay, so next on the list, a bee with very long antennae that look like horns. Our longhorned bee. So these pictures were taken by, let's see, Master Gardener from Yolo County, Treva Valentine. So she's got a bunch of them on this flower. And then the other picture, a close-up of 2 of them taken by Jennifer Bomback. So some fun characteristics on these longhorn bees. So the females nest underground alone. They're solitary, but the males have to find a place outside the nest to sleep, sometimes forming what's called male aggregation areas. So this one, they're actually on a pincushion flower on the left-hand side. Okay, so longhorn bees, they're native to the United States, found in California. They're around 1/4 of an inch to an inch. They vary in the color of their wings, eyes, and antenna, so they can look really different. Might be hard to identify except for their horns. They get their name from the male's unmistakable and unusually long antenna that look like horns, where the arrow is supposed to be pointing. They're very docile, just like the other bees, not interested in stinging. And their active period varies among the types. Some are active in spring, and some are active in the summer. They're usually active just for a short time between midsummer and fall. Okay, so there's another interesting bee that you may have in your garden. It's very tiny and you really need to look closely to see it, but oftentimes that's what makes gardening fun. Our gardens kind of come to life when we can see things we've never seen before, especially when we may have seen these bees or we may have had them all along, but we didn't know it until we slowed down and just took the time to look. This next one is called the sweat bee. So, an interesting fact about the sweat bee, they can be attracted to salts and human perspiration. So they like that salt, so they'll land on us if we're sweaty, and they'll try and sip up that salt. Um, Stinging behavior, very docile, native to California, and native to US and found throughout California. Kind of looks like a little fly. It's around ½ inch or less. It's super tiny. And it's seen in a wide variety of colors. Many are striking metallic green or blue, like we see here in this photo. And these bees are solitary. They primarily nest underground in soil. And their active period, April through October, although they could be found throughout the year in warmer temperatures. Okay, so another fun bee, we've got our wool carder bee. So they're called wool carder bees because the female essentially performs the wool carding function on her preferred nesting material, like they did that with my silk tree last year. So what they do is they shave off any fuzz with the mandibles, their jaws, and then take the soft downy hairs of the fuzzy plants to use in building their nest. It's a so-called newcomer to California, accidentally introduced into North America around the 1960s. This one's smaller than a honeybee. It's a solitary bee and a cavity nesting bee. They nest in existing holes or cavities, including hollow stems, dead wood, also human-made structures. And again, they're not aggressive, wanting to sting us, but they do have this little thing where it almost looks like they're getting into like a little boxing match. So they're aggressive to other bees and each other if they think they're encroaching on their territory. And I've seen them before. It looks like a little boxing match where they actually end up hitting the ground and it looks like they're punching each other. Most species are active in the spring. There's one type that's often out in the hottest weather and in the summer though. Okay, the next bee we're going to look at is our mason bee. And an interesting fact on the mason bee, they're really valuable pollinators of fruit and nut trees. They're native to United States and found throughout California. They're kind of small. They're around 3/8 of an inch to 5/8 of an inch. And they're solitary. They don't live in community hives. And not aggressive as far as stinging. And they're typically only out for about 8 to 10 weeks in spring, usually from mid-March until the end of May or early June, which is actually the best time for pollinating fruit and trees. And they usually just live around a month. Okay, I'm going to skip over this one and go on to our leafcutter bee. So this is our leafcutter bee. Okay, as seen here on the top right-hand side, if you see smooth holes or half-moon shapes cut out of the leaves, that means a leafcutter bee is living near your garden, which is really cool. They're great veggie garden pollinators. So the leaves sort of look like someone got at them with like a hole punch or something. If you see the holes, what it means is the female bee is going to gather the leaf tissue. She's going to take it back to create her nest cells, kind of like wallpaper for the nest. And the leaves that they usually use are leaves that don't have heavy veins to construct, and they use these to construct their nests. Okay, so leafcutter is native to United States and found throughout California. around 1/5 of an inch to almost 3/4 of an inch. It's a little smaller than a honeybee. And they're unique because with this one, the female carries the pollen on its abdomen, as circled here. Um, so unlike the other bees that carry the pollen on their back legs, this is how you can tell that it's a leafcutter bee instead of a honeybee. And this bee is solitary, nests above ground in pre-made holes. So with this one, you could use a bee box or a barn to encourage it into your yard. So someone will be winning the bee barn today and can do that. They're extremely gentle, only sting if aggressively provoked. They're active in the summer warm months. Okay, so let's look at some flowers. Actually, we're going to look at a picture of the leaf nesting material. So again, this shows what the leaves look like if you have leaf cutters. They can be full holes or little half circles here. These pictures were taken in Deb Sorrell's yard, and so she had quite a few leaf cutters there.
Oh,
Oh,
can I put one comment in here?
sure.
Absolutely.
One of the things as master gardeners when we go out and work with the public is we have a very strong message towards mulching for moisture preservation. So one thing that we're doing when we completely mulch everything under 6 inches of mulch is that we are preventing the ground nesting bees from finding a site to nest. So one thing you have to work on in your garden is balancing, leaving some open, damp soil to encourage these native bees to do the ground nesting, but at the same time, do mulching as well. And particularly things like the squash bee. It likes to ground nest, but our tendency is to heavily mulch our vegetables. So, what I do is I sort of have an area cleared around my squash plants, but mulch sort of away from the plants. And also the other thing with a lot of ground nesting bees, if you're trying to encourage them and they come into, say, your vegetable beds, which are more worked than your general garden, the less you till the soil, the better if you're trying to encourage the ground nesting bees to come in.
Great. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point because people ask me that a lot about the mulching. It's like if I'm mulching everything, where are they going to be nesting? And that's right. You just have to have that balance where, and I think that just people knowing and understanding that 70% of the native bees are nesting underground. Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. Okay, so this is showing how the leafcutter bee actually brings that nesting material back to her nest. And what she's going to do is build the cocoons by starting at the back of the nesting hole. And then inside each cocoon, she puts something called a pollen loaf, which is a mix of nectar and pollen. And she puts that in with each egg. And then when she's done building all of the cocoons in the nesting hole, she's going to add a thick layer on the very end. And this can actually be up to 50 leaf pieces that she's using for all of this. And once the bees emerge, you're just going to see a large hole in the front. Hopefully you can see them emerging, but if you see this and it's gone, that means that they are on their way. So next up, just a few more videos. Here's some fascinating videos that Tom captured in his yard. Okay, so here we see a leafcutter bee. She's working hard at closing up the hole with leaf cuttings so the eggs aren't disturbed. So the eggs are all settled in there, and this could be up to 50 leaf cuttings. And even though they're not social bees, you'll see another bee coming in here in a second, and they have no problem with close neighbors. So there she almost went into the wrong nesting hole. And let's see. Okay, so here we see a leaf. So pollinator-friendly landscape management. According to the UC Urban California Native Bee Survey, with the right bee plants, just one small urban garden can attract 40 to 50 species. So I think, again, educating people on the different types of bees and the plants that they like that are going to attract them into the garden is great. So here's a few ideas. Just like Peg said, leave some dirt exposed. Around 70% of California native bees nest in the ground. And we talked about mulching and, doing both, but being, aware of the ground nesting bees. So the other 30% or so of the native bees seek wood or other cavities for their nesting. And so spare a limb, you can leave like a limb out there, or you can build your own above ground habitat like seen here on the right-hand side. Another thing you can do to attract the pollinators into your yard is make water available for them. So keeping a bird bath is a great way to add water. And you can also take a shallow tray, um, line it. Let's see, I just got a text. I want to make sure someone's not telling me that I'm fading out. Someone was kicked out again. Okay. But everyone can still hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think that might have been Jennifer that was saying she was kicked out. Okay, so also important is to know your California native plants. So California native pollinators are most attracted to the plants with which they've co-evolved. So catering to their preferences helps out greatly. There are plant suggestions in your handouts, and there's a lot of videos out there. And the UC Davis Arboretum has a wealth of information. If you go to their website, so much information, and it's nice because it's local, so you can make local suggestions on plants that do well here. Use a wide variety of plants that bloom from early spring into late fall. Plant a variety of color in clumps, large clumps, so the pollinators can find them. And tempt with fragrance. So scent is another thing that really draws the native bees to the flowers, like we learned. So when planning your pollinator garden, seek out aromatic flowers. And if you want pollinating bees, avoid, if you can, modern hybrid flowers with what they call doubled flowers. So in those doubled flowers, the stamens, so that's the male part that usually has the pollen, those have actually been transformed into extra petals for a fuller, showier bloom, which is really pretty, but not for pollination. I think a lot of those are the, I always forget the name of them, not the real geraniums, but the Deb, do you know what those are called? The
Pelargonium.
yes, thank you. So I think with a lot of
Thank you.
those, yeah, you'll see that they have the double flowers, so that you'll see the pollinator will go up to it and then go, oh man, nothing here.
Yeah.
Okay, so next we're going to look at pollinator pathways. So I've got probably about 10 more minutes, 5 more minutes here.
You have 8.
8 more minutes?
Mhm.
Okay, let me buzz on through. Actually, let me just show you. So you've got this handout, and this is a good handout to give people if they say, gosh, I really would like to, make one of these bee barns. So first of all, the location of the nesting site is important. You want early morning sun. And you want it to be protected also. So protected from the rain and the wind and so forth. But mostly just make sure it's not in that hot, hot sun. And so the holes are specifically usually 3/16 of an inch. I think 5/16 of an inch seems to work the best. And you can find these online. Costco had one it was selling, or you can make your own, and the charts show how to do that. If you do use paint, just make sure you use latex-based paint and no oil-based paint. So coming up, here's some examples of bee houses made by Tom Tucker. And so these are the ones that he was actually bringing around to do his bee demonstrations and talks. The first one is a cavity nesting box. The next one, stem or tube bundles. Next one, bumblebee boxes. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at the first one. We have Tom's nest boxes that he built here. So he's got drilled holes in there, And usually 5/16 of an inch seems to be the best size to accommodate many different types of California native bees. If you do paint your bee box, make sure to use latex-based paint, just no oil-based paint. And see how both of them have a top piece for weather protection. So let's look at another design.
One thing they're finding in recent research is that the length of the tube has to be about 8 inches. The 4-inch ones are too short, but 6 inches is okay, but 8 inches is better.
Okay.
And what the bees do is they, when they lay from back to front, they do the females first and the males on the outside. Because if there's any wind or rain damage, I presume they consider the males more expendable than the females.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Yeah, because I had heard that they do put them in that way, but I wasn't sure exactly why. That's interesting. Thank you. Let's see here. Okay, so it's something on pesticides. So there's something called neonicotinoids, usually referred to as neonics, and they're used a lot, and they're really bad for bees. Bees, they're not good at all. So one example of using that, in July of 2013, there were 55,000 bumblebees that died in a parking lot in Wilsonville, Oregon. So this is the story. The linden trees lining the lot were in bloom, and the trees were filled with aphids, and the resulting honeydew was dripping on the vehicles below. And so they sprayed the trees with the neonics, and then they lost all 55,000 of the bumblebees. Really something to see, really sad. And another sad story using insecticides. This one was summer of 2015. So there were 80,000 colonies.
Paula has frozen for me.
Me too.
Me too.
Me three.
Yes, me
Sounds
too.
like she's trying to get back on.
How about now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, great. Let me try sharing the screen again. Thanks for letting me know. Okay, how about now?
Oh, good.
Perfect.
Good for
Good.
now.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so what can we do to help? One of the things is eliminate pesticides whenever possible. Even a small amount of pesticide we use in our gardens can be potent to our bee pollinators. So you think about, like, if we're putting something on our lawns and that's going into the ground and 70% of the native bees live there, it's going to be really harmful. So some solutions for pesticide management, you can try controlling pests naturally, kind of like we talked about the ladybugs. They'll take care of your aphid problems. Another way to control pests without pesticides, you can spray the pest off the plants with a stream of water. And there's also organic solutions. And you've gone in quite a few times to the UCIPM website. And that's a good place to direct people to. So if they have questions about pesticides, they can go there. And what the UCIPM recommends is use the least amount possible that you would ever have to use. But if you do use them, follow the instructions specifically. And if you are going to use them at a time that the bees aren't active, that the pollinators aren't active. So maybe at dusk, when they're all kind of tucked in for the night. Okay, so another way that we can help out is by doing something called pollinator pathways. And the definition of a pollinator pathway: pesticide-free corridors of native plants that provide nutrition and habitat for pollinators. So even the smallest of available green spaces like flower boxes and curb strips can be a part of the pathway. So there's a pollinator pathway project organized by volunteers from town conservation organizations that work together to establish pollinator-friendly habitat and food sources for bees, butterflies, and other pollinators. So for here, it would probably be Solano Resource Conservation or Sierra Club. So some bees can fly as much as 5 miles for food. However, the average range for bees is usually less than a mile. And Deb's going to go into that a little bit here soon. So the goal is to connect properties that are no further apart than that. And so this project began in 2017 in Wilton, Connecticut. So most of the folks that are doing that now are on the East Coast, but we're hoping to have more of that in California. Okay, so let's wrap up my piece of the pollinator part of the training today on focusing on the larger pollinator pathways like hedgerows. Okay, so hedgerows, as seen here, usually a large area with lines or group of trees, shrubs, perennial or annual flowering plants and grasses planted along roadways, fences, field edges, or other non-cropped areas. And hedgerows can really have multiple functions. So they can serve as habitat for beneficial insects, pollinators, and wildlife. They provide erosion protection and weed control. They serve as windbreaks. They stabilize waterways. They reduce non-point source water pollution and groundwater pollution. They increase surface water infiltration. They buffer pesticide drift, noise, odors, and dust. And they do natural.
Can't hear you, Paula.
Can't hear you.
Okay.
Carbon sequestration.
Oops, you're going in and out, Paula.
Okay, how about now?
Good.
Okay, let me try sharing my screen again.
I can see the screen.
Yeah, screen looks good.
Okay, good. So one more thing on the hedgerows and other vegetative plants, they can also effectively shade out and replace invasive annual weeds in non-cropped areas. So you see they're really efficient in so many ways. Okay, so last but not least, on to the software application called Beescape. So Deb Cyril sent out, I think Jennifer sent out some handouts from Deb, and hopefully you've had time to be able to click around in a software application called Beescape. So it's seen here. So Beescape, it's a partnership of the Center for Pollinator Research with participants like UC Davis, Penn State, and a few more universities. And basically what it does, it's a tool for beekeepers, gardeners, growers, and land managers to assess the quality of their landscapes for supporting both managed honeybees and wild bees. And so I think what we're going to do now is I will end and we'll go into a break. And then when we come back in 10 minutes, Deb will take over.
Great job.
That
What
was
was that?
fantastic, Paula.
Thanks,
thank
Paula.
you.
Done.
Thank you. Thanks for being here to help out. I really appreciated
Thank you
it.
so much, Paula. That was a great
That was
Thank
presentation.
really
you.
good.
So we'll head back about 10 after
Yeah.
10 after 11.
And have you stopped sharing? Or
Yeah, I just stopped
Yeah.
sharing.
also there was a question I put in, are your messaging
Mhm.
from Christian. I tried to clarify. He was asking if he could have the PowerPoint, and I asked if he knew that there was going to be a recording, if he just really wanted it. So it's something you'll probably have to talk to him about.
Okay,
Just-
and who was
yeah.
that?
Christian is, I think, is Estrada.
Christian. Okay, yeah. I'll talk to Jennifer, and I can get that PowerPoint out to folks.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and then I'll be back for our raffle. Well, I'm going to stay here the whole time with you, but you'll see my face again for the raffle.
Yes. Perhaps you can monitor chat for me.
I
Yeah.
will do that.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed.
Already
Paula,
done.
have you heard about the alfalfa work that's going on with the leafcutter bees, the alkali bees in the south of Washington?
No, I've not
No.
heard of that.
Okay, what they're doing up there is the farmers, the thing when an alfalfa flower is there, what it does when a bee comes up to it is it actually bops the bee on the head and deposits the pollen on the head of the bee.
Oh,
And
wow.
honeybees
I
don't
love it.
like that. So
Yeah.
they very quickly learn. And so honeybees are not particularly good at pollinating alfalfa crops. But there's an alkali bee, which is a ground dwelling bee, but it's also a leaf cutter well, it nests over the winter in the ground. And so what they've done there is they found that there are these, it needs the sort of salts and a moisture bank to
Mhm.
nest in for overwintering. And so what they do is they've created these large banks for the bees to, overwinter. And then when they're active pollinating the alfalfa, they actually have speed limits set on the roads of 20 miles an hour because
Oh, wow.
the faster you drive, the more bees you clean up. And if you
Oh.
see a video of this, it's available if you Google it. There are
Great.
just swarms and swarms of these alkali bees pollinating the crops. And, there's this traffic sign that says slow alkali bee habitat.
Oh, I
That's
love
great.
it. I'll have to
Yeah.
look for that. And where was that? You said in Washington?
It's in Southwest Washington. Southwest, Southeast, maybe Southeast Washington, I think.
Okay.
Oh, that's fun.
That's
Okay,
a
I'm gonna.
great story.
And
Yeah.
what they found is that they're producing alfalfa seed, and they found that they have a 50% higher yield in the seed. And they've also worked out an IPM management because there's a bug called a liger bug that destroys the alfalfa. So working with Washington IPM, they have a specific treatment that they use, and they only apply it at night when the bees are not active. So it's
Okay.
a wonderful ecology that they've developed, but it's sort of eco farming where
That's
the
fascinating,
farmers
yeah.
are actually getting a better crop just by being eco-friendly.
Mhm.
So
Nice.
it's a win-win situation. It's fabulous.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. That's
Yeah. Thank you
After
for
this,
that.
I'm gonna hop on and check that out.
But
That's
I love the
cool.
way that
Yeah.
the alfalfa flower bops the bee on the head.
I know, that's a visual. I can't wait to see that one.
That kind of reminds me of that, the pitch, it's not the pitcher plant, but the one in
bucket?
South America. The one that you had the bee that, gets caught in the
Oh, the
bowl of
orchid bucket?
Yeah,
Bucket
yeah,
orchid.
the orchid.
Yeah. Yeah, they're fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now that's great. And I'm hoping to get people at some point. I'm even wondering if maybe we could do some panel discussions around different kinds of topics like this, where people get together and share their stories, sort of as a way of, getting more information and problem solving things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of what I did with my talk that I did. I guess it was April something. It was about a week ago, I think I did for Mike. I mean, basically, I said, these are mistakes I've made. This is what I'm trying to fix.
Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to change.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I think that's equally important. I mean,
Oh,
the first
yeah.
thing I said was, this is basically like an Alcoholic Anonymous meeting. I'm a master gardener and I have a lot of weeds.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Gardeners Anonymous panel
Yeah.
discussions.
That's what
It
it
is.
is.
It's so
Yeah.
helpful because that's where you find the little the tidbits that you don't find when you're
Right.
reading for information. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, this weird thing happened to me, and it maybe happened to someone else too.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's I think it's good. It's definitely it's the experience. It's the real deal.
Yeah.
Paula, I have a question to ask. I'm up now and I don't really remember what you said when they were supposed to come back. So would you just let me know when
Yeah.
that's about to happen?
I think we
Thank
said so. I think we have a few more minutes. I'm gonna step out for 1 second, and I'll be
Yeah,
right
me
back.
too.
Also,
I had a question. It
Yeah.
just I see this great looking hedgerow highway that's shared on the screen there, and then the pollinator pathways. Do you know anybody that's locally working on that kind of thing? Here's just an example. My husband and I adopted one of the main roads, and then with another group, I've adopted some streets where we, clean up the trash, and we'll put out some wildflower seeds, and we'll try to create this kind of thing, but we cannot stop the county from coming and spraying. And so, all our work is continually
Oh, being destroyed.
undermined.
Yeah.
Even when we call and say, can we at least coordinate? If you're going to spray, can we coordinate so we're not seeding? Or like, for instance, they just sprayed
Yeah.
and killed every California poppy that was along the road,
Oh, wow.
And so I'm just wondering, like, is there somebody that's really getting this happening and that's good at it that anybody knows about?
Well, I believe Jennifer referred me at one point to Sharon. I think her last name is Long, and she's in the Yolo County Center, who has worked extensively with hedgerows in the farms. And they do hedgerows on the farms here. They had a project just a couple of weeks ago at something called Antelope Farms, where they put in 1.5 miles of hedgerow. So we do have people here that you can talk to about that, and probably Jennifer would be the best person, maybe to talk to. Are you from Solano or are you from Yolo?
Solano, yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe I can ask Jennifer
Yeah.
about Sharon.
Yeah, and that's really great that you're doing that, and I'm hoping that with what we're going to be doing in terms of climate change, that I don't have anything from Solano yet, but I'd really like to know projects that are going on over there to be able to share.
Well, I'm like about ready to go to the Board of Supervisors. I emailed my specific one, and got no response yet. And just to say, can't we think smarter about, I mean, I know they're worried about fire, but mostly they're lazy is the reason they spray. Because this grasses and native plants along the side are going to die. It will die back in the hot months. They could just do a quick mow, and it would be, there's no thought going into the whole process, I think.
Yeah.
Yolo County has done a whole bunch of hedgerow stuff. I don't know if you know that.
That's what I was saying. Sharon Long is the person out of the office that
right. And I was lucky enough to do a Xerxes bee identification course. And the woman who was leading the hedgerow thing for Yolo County from UC Berkeley was one of our instructors. And we went out and they had, like soap dishes to catch the bees, to do the counts, to see what was being attracted to the more mature hedgerows. And we went out and we did visual inspections to do a count to see if they were matching up. And one thing that she mentioned was that, they were finding the same with the alkali bee that I was just talking about, that the crop productivity was up where they had hedgerows. And one thing that they think is happening is that the imported bee is very directional. I mean, they do the waggle dance, they all go out, they all do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the native bees, will bop all over the place and spread things around. And also they found that having the native bees mixed with the regular honeybees, that the honeybees were not quite so militaristic in their directions. So they think that the combination was what was causing the crop increase. But I know that Yolo County financially supported farmers to get in, the native pollinator pathways with the hedgerows. So I don't know who you would contact at Yolo County to find out how they did it.
Again, Jennifer would know that because they work a lot with the city here. And she can give you the names of the people depending on what the project is. Also, she may know the people from the city on the Solano side too, that she works with, that could kind of give you an inside view of
and
what's
I'll see if I can
on.
look up this professor's name from UC Berkeley, because I know she's written several papers on this.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
That would be helpful for you too, Ruth.
Yeah, I mean, this is like Green Valley Road, you know, where it's like, it's a combination of agricultural and residential, but
Yeah,
like, why can't we start doing this everywhere? Why are we just spraying everything dead on every roadside? I don't even understand the logic anymore, you know? It's gonna be
Right.
90 degrees this weekend. Can we not
Yeah.
kill all the grasses? You know? Anyway, thanks. I'll look forward to getting that info.
Ruth, I like the work that you're doing. This is Christian Estrada.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would like to get involved. I don't know if you have
Oh,
my
great.
from the handbook that you received, the class agenda and all that, with the class member phone numbers. You could reach me there or email me.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
reach out. That's awesome.
I live at the Blue Rock Village, and I mean, they just, by taking these classes, I just see the disaster that they do on the trees, how they cut them, how they butcher the lawn and everything. It's like,
Yeah.
it just hurts my heart,
I feel you. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
one,
I would
one
like
of
to get involved, like learning how to adopt land and help out,
yeah.
stuff like that.
Christian, I also gave Paula your information on wanting the PowerPoint, and she said she would, she's going to contact you on that, and Jennifer too, about maybe handing out the PowerPoints.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah,
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah,
I just don't read the chat because I'm usually,
that's what I thought. Yeah, you're busy.
cleaning my worm bin or something.
Yeah,
So, I have my hands dirty right now. I just took a break and then.
yeah. Completely understand.
Great. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Also, one of the projects that I'm hoping to work on, this is a little ways off, but we have this Carrie Reed that you guys might have seen. She's a landscape developer, and she does she does certification for urban landscape developers through our organization. But what they don't do is any kind of certification for people who do lawn management. And this is part of where your planting and cutting problems are coming from. And I'm hoping to, at some point, develop a green certificate for that kind of program that we can offer to the communities. But
that was
that's
fabulous, Deb.
yeah, it's a ways off because this climate change has gotta happen here soon. So
A lot of my family's in Australia, which is why that's where I spent part of my life.
yeah,
And I mean, Victoria, they average out the global temperature increase, but Victoria, they're
wow,
averaging 5 or 6 degrees above normal all the time now.
yeah.
I mean, they're having temperatures of 104 and 110, and it used to be temperate like England.
Yeah.
I mean, there's really big changes.
Yeah, I don't know if you probably didn't read I had an article in the newsletter on climate change and UCD's predictions that our climate temperature, if nothing changes, is going to be more like Arizona's.
Yeah,
And
I actually did read your article. I was so pleased to see it.
Yeah, and the difference there is they aren't talking about being necessarily hot, super hot all the time, but right now we have 4 days that are super hot, like over 110 or so, and Arizona has 40.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of picture we're looking at.
Yeah,
there.
well, we've started going up to 20 something days of over 100 in July sometimes now, which is
wow,
I mean, when I first moved here, we would have these winters where we would have 3 to 4 weeks of very dense freezing fog. You just don't see them anymore. They're gone.
Yeah.
Absolutely gone. And the big problem is that a lot of the things that we depend on, to eat and we grow, the nighttime temperatures will get too warm for them. And it's the nighttime temperatures, which Rachel Carson mentioned years ago.
Yeah.
That will be, the true tipping point for a lot of things. It's the nighttime temperatures rather than the daytime.
Okay, Paula, are you back?
Here we go. Let me unmute myself. Okay. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
right,
I think we probably ought to start because we're a little bit later on starting, which means we might be here a little bit longer too. All righty, so you see on your screens here this hedgerow highway, which is about planting pollinators next to roads as well as farmland and residential neighborhoods. A pollinator plant like this is great for spring through fall, and then you might actually want to have hedgerows interspersed with perennials to cover the year. And this has been going on actually. Pollinator pathway highways has been going on since 1965 when Lady Bird Johnson actually started what was called the Beautification Highway Program. So in Texas, they're pretty well informed about how this works also. So here's what we're going to do today. We're going to give you a break and do an exercise that involves using the information from the Beescape data that you got this week. I'm hoping people were actually able to do their homework because if you poked around in the Beescape system, this will all make sense to you. And if you weren't able to bring your bring to class sheets, they're in the chat right now, so you can download them from there. Pollinator pathways in urban settings and hedgerow farms increase biodiversity and help species move to different areas, which may be necessary for climate change. Here. We were just mentioning how our climate may in the future look like Arizona's. And this is a picture of beescapes in Arizona. And they just decided to do a climate change exercise in the mountains up there around 2014. And it's with a bee called Osmia riboflorus, which is part of the Osmia family. And we actually have a bee in the Sacramento Valley that is called Osmia lanaria, which for short is called Bob, the blue orchard bee. And he or she actually supplements agriculture in this area. So now in this picture, what they did for the study was they had data on their natural boxes. So they left them as the control for comparing data. Then they painted one box white, which should cool the nest. And then they painted one of them black, which would raise the heat. So they did this study for 2 years, collating the data. And what they found was the natural box gave the same data as the control information did. The white box gave a small advantage in weight to their bees, but it wasn't really significant, not enough to paint the boxes the next year again. But the black box had significant changes. From the black box, fewer bees emerged from the nest, and they were the same size as the other bees, but their body fat content or energy stores were significantly lower. And that means less time to nest, less time to mate and gather food for the next generation before they're exhausted. So let's see, I can imagine our blue orchard bee may need to travel closer to the mountains themselves as food sources and nesting may change with heat. And what we're going to do today is a little exercise on trying to chart a path up to the mountains for Bob. Yeah, let's see, next. Just to give you a little idea of how far bees can travel in a day, you may remember that the sweat bee that Paula talked about was a little tiny bee. The only way you can really find those is if they're on a flower that's high contrast, or else you won't spot them. They travel around 360 degrees radius in a day. The next bee up, the mason bee, you can kind of count the circles from the sweat bee, and they can go about 1,200 square feet in a day in any direction. So they can move into other territories. And then the husky bumblebee can actually go around 1,800 square feet in any direction. And and can move, move further out. That's about half a mile. So the bee that wasn't in there was the honeybee. They averaged 4 miles, but when you look at maximum distances, they can go up to 7 miles a day. And the reason you're going to be thinking about this is as you're charting your courses, you can kind of imagine how far a bee can go on a pathway at any particular time. So maximum for sweat bees, around 900 feet, half a mile for mason bee, honeybees we just went over, and about a half a mile to 1.7 miles for the bumblebees. Okay, now what I've got put up here is one of the pathways that we'll use for this exercise. Can I have, Polly, could you have people in chat put in whether they have the exercise sheets?
Yeah, if you
yeah,
just put it into
because of
chat,
the-
I'll read it.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So what you're going to have to use to chart with is the odd numbered, oh, you're going into breakout rooms. I forgot to tell you that. The odd number breakout rooms will take the path to Grass Valley, and you have the sheet of the locations starting from Dixon and going up to Grass Valley, which is up here. And then the second sheet you'll have is the crop overlays. Then for the even numbered group, they are going to have the locations going from Dixon up to Cobb, and they'll have the crop covers also. And so really you're charting a path either up to the mountains to the east or mountains to the west. And the data on those sheets is over at the side that you're going to use to evaluate. So how do we do this? Pollinator pathway instructions for the breakout rooms. You're going to chart a possible map from Dixon to the mountains. When you're in the breakout rooms, choose someone to share the path when you've charted it and why you chose it, because when you come back, you're going to share the information. This is an exploration and a problem-solving expedition. List out insights, considerations, and estimations, and there are no right answers. This is an exploration. The idea is to be able to share thoughts while problem solving the path together. And every person's insights and concerns are important to the list. So the list will help you start thinking about actions you might need to take for building a pollinator pathway. What goes on your list? From the data, do you see problems occurring as native bees travel? For example, insecticide loads, weather, physical blocks. On the positive side, hive nesting and floral scores. Who would you need to contact as you develop pathways and why? And did you learn something new doing this, or did something surprise you? So what we're going to do is have you go into the breakout rooms for about 12 minutes, choose someone to share for you, and just get as far as you can and have fun. And then when you come back, we'll do 3 to 5 minutes of discussion from each group. So at this point, Paula, I think also we're putting the new trainees in those breakout rooms and not necessarily the master gardeners who are attending.
Right. And it looks like Jennifer has stepped off, and I'm actually co-host, and I don't have access to the breakout room, so I just told her.
Geez.
Yeah, I just told her I need to be host. So let's see.
Okay, well, are there any questions at this point from anyone, and this is going to have to go into the chat, about what you're going to be doing in the breakout room?
Okay, so I see from Denise, where is the sheet we are using? I don't see it in the downloads in chat.
It's in chat, and it's called Bring to Class, I think.
It's called Bring to Class Beescape Pathways. So it's a PDF, and it was loaded in there at about 10:41.
Yeah, I can't load it again because I'm not, because I'm where I am. So
right. Did you, Denise? Oh, it looks. She said thanks. So I think Denise,
great.
Can you confirm that you found it?
So I guess if you've all got your sheets in, you can just kind of take a look at them while we're waiting for Jennifer to come back so we can go into the breakout rooms.
Yeah, maybe just take some time, take about 5 minutes to just, let's see, we have another question. Julia says, and we use the reference data document as well, correct?
Oh, the reference data document is actually for climate change. That one has a chart in it you might need to reference. So no, you do download it because you'll need it later, but it won't be for this exercise.
I have a question.
Yes.
All of the numbers on the reference sheets, what do all of those numbers need?
They coordinate with the data on the side. You see the numbers running down the side that say 1, 2, 3, 4. So when you click on that it sounds like you may have not made it to the Bscape program, but when you click on a location, for example, Woodland, it's going to bring up a number, and at the same time, the data on the far right side will come up with the number 1. And what it's telling you is the insecticide load, the floral load, and I can't remember what's in the middle, but for that particular location. So when you're charting this pathway, you've got the numbers because those are places you're going to start in Dixon. And then what you want to do is choose your way up through those different numbers. You won't use all of them. Some, you wouldn't need to use all of them, but the end one is going to be, well, Grass Valley if you're depends on which one you're in. But that's the way you chart it, is you look at those numbers and you look at the most likely path that would help the bees travel up to either Cobb, if that's where you're going, or to Grass Valley. Does that make sense?
It does. Are we also looking at distance? Like what kind of a bee do we have? Because wouldn't we have to?
Well, you don't really have to look at a distance because it's not specified on these pathways, but
Okay.
that's kind of why what it really just wanted you to do is get an idea. For example, that sweat bee, a pollinator pathway on a highway, it would take them years to get up to the mountains, I think. Whereas, and a honeybee is probably not going to go up that highway because they have a home source right there. Whereas native bees, I think, are more likely to do that kind of traveling. I don't know if that's true or not. It could change with weather, but. Yeah, you don't really have to know the exact distance. What you're really looking for is what pathway would attract the bees most. Where would they think they want to go next out of the choices you've got to get up to Grass Valley? Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Okay, you got.
And then I had another comment from Patty that she wasn't able to successfully use the website, the Bscape website, that it kept freezing on her.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Well, Patty, then did this discussion that we just have help you figure out how to use it? Not use the actual website, but how to work in the exercise?
I think so, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Patty.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm not able to chat, and I can't see what you're referring to on the Bscape. I don't see it in the chat.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Can you see chat at all, Cheryl?
I can, yes.
Okay, so if you scroll back to 10:41 a.m., if you can see the times.
It doesn't show me times.
Okay, let's see. How about if I do this? How about I will download it and then I'll upload it back into chat, and it should be the last thing in there. So let me do that right now.
I've got
Okay.
that same, I see only sign-in sheets when I click on any links that are there. So I don't know.
Okay, yeah, let me try to put it back in there for you,
Okay.
and it should be the last one. So I'm going in right now. Let's see here. File.
while you're doing that, I'm going to try to call Jennifer. And if we aren't able to start this within another 5 minutes, I think we should switch to the climate change presentation, and then we can come back to this later.
That sounds perfect. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good idea.
I hope they get to do this because I think it'll be fun for them to work with each other. But
Yeah. Okay,
yeah.
everyone, I just posted it back into chat, and I only posted the bring to class one.
I still don't see it. Mm-mm.
Still don't see it in there?
No, and it, when I type in, it goes to a Bernadette.
Jennifer? Hello, Jennifer? This is Deb. We need you to assign Paula as host so we can get in to do the exercise.
Can anyone
Oh,
see the
okay.
one that I
All
just
right,
loaded up?
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna switch over to the climate change. And when you come back, go ahead and put her on as host.
I don't have it either. I don't know. Maybe we have both have, I have Apple products, so maybe
What?
it's,
So do I, and that's
Okay.
probably the
Okay, then.
downfall.
yeah.
All right, sounds good. No hurry now. Bye-bye.
Let's see, just to troubleshoot, can anyone else confirm that they saw the document that I just loaded into chat?
I see it.
Okay, and you don't have Apple, right, Lisa? Or
Oh no, this is Julia, and I do have a Mac. One of the things
Okay.
I was going to say, I think this was also Jennifer emailed it out. So if you did get Jennifer's email, you might be able to pull it up that way.
That's true.
yeah, that was another question. You know, if it was sent out prior to class, and I think Jennifer sent it. Let's see, we gave it to her last week, so I think she sent it a while ago.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
just,
and that's what's interesting because I went through all the stuff she sent and that wasn't part of the packet that I got.
Mhm.
So I don't know.
Mine either.
Yeah, I didn't see it either in the packet, but I can see your two of them in the chat.
And I've got an Apple and I'm trying to download some things and they won't do it.
okay. I just talked to Jennifer on the phone. She was in the car. So what we're going to do is go on to the climate change presentation and see if we get to come back and do that exercise later.
That sounds great.
And she will make you host when she comes back. Okay.
Okie dokie.
Let's see. I need to share my screen.
But was everyone able to see the sign-in sheet though?
Mhm.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, possibly. It could be that again, I'm co-host, I'm not host. Maybe I need host privileges for you to be able to see what I'm uploading. So when she gets back, we'll take care of that.
Okay, so we're going to start out here at the climate change presentation. And just to introduce myself, I am Deb Cyril, and I really am looking forward to sharing with you about climate change solutions today. We'll have to do a little bit of background first, but this presentation is about climate change in the realm of horticulture and residential gardening. And my interest in gardening has always been experiential. I'm literally grounded by the soil. It settles me down and creates unexpected moments of joy. And I'm pretty sure that many of you who arrived here today have had the same kinds of experiences. So I started working on small pollinator gardens 10 years ago, and now I'm working through what I call rewilding my front yard, which is about 1,500 square feet. And rewilding is the poetic name for habitat restoration. This class is a series of climate change survey topics and garden projects that can aid in climate adaptation and mitigation. Let's see now. Following in the summer last year, I saw this red sunset in the sky for about a week after the grass fires around Vacaville. And on Facebook at a certain point that week, a person posted the photo and said, "This sun is beautiful and kind of creepy." The feeling of that, also, I felt the same way when I saw that sun. I always was just enamored with the beauty, but also have this uneasy feeling. And that feeling actually has a name. It's called eco-anxiety. So eco-anxiety is a dread of environmental perils, especially climate change, along with a feeling of helplessness over the potential consequences for those living now, and even more so for those in later generations. And that's what really got me started in researching on climate change. So the following slides, I hope will inspire you with hope applied as action. And we can create awareness by noting principles of garden design as master gardeners for climate change adaptation that can make significant contributions to climate change issues, both locally and nationally. So for example, if you look at this picture here, can you see my cursor over this area?
Yes.
Yeah, this is called a meadow lawn. And you can get wildflower seed mixes online, say maybe a quarter of a pound or a half a pound, that aren't too expensive. These wildflowers will grow, and it's the simplest kind of planting you can imagine. You have to prepare your soil so it's bare, and then you scatter the seed. If it's a small area, you can walk over it, or you roll over it. So you embed the seeds in the soil, and then you water them until they start popping up in about 2 or 3 weeks. Then what happens is there may be successions of blooms, and some might dry out. And what you do is, if they dry out, they're ready to seed. So you just cut them and leave them where they lay. And in the fall, everything goes brown, like your lawn goes brown. Then you just cut everything down and leave it until spring. And then you don't have to add any more mix at all, because it's reseeding itself, and you don't add any more water because they're wildflowers, and that's how they work. And you notice here, if you want a path through it in your backyard or in your garden, you just mow it through. That's it. And if you don't like it the next spring when it grows up, you can mow someplace else. So that's just kind of one example of how we might be able to contribute information to people in our communities locally that will help them work towards working with climate change and doing something that they actually appreciate being able to do. It's a great project for children too. You don't have to do a whole lawn, you can do a bed. Okay, so next we're going to look at charts for a minute. This is the carbon dioxide from 1880 to 2020, and it's in parts per million by volume, which doesn't mean, it doesn't really mean much experientially, because we aren't hanging out in the atmosphere. But what we really want to look at on this particular chart is the rate of change over time. And if we start, say, from 2020 here, we look at, there's like 300 parts per million by volume. And then if you go up to 2020, we have gone over, in 100 years, we've gone over 100-fold, adding carbon into the atmosphere, and that's never happened before. So now, also, I want to say something about the kind of chart this is. This chart is there are two types of charts that you usually see in climate change. And this one is actual data that's already been developed by sources like NASA, the National Association, Oceanic and Atmospheric Department, and several others. And they all plot their own data independently to add on this chart. So now we're going to add global temperature change. That's going to be on the right here in Celsius. And you can see how it coincides with the line of carbon dioxide added to the atmosphere. So when we're looking at this here, let's just take from 2000 to 2020. Someone asked me, how fast does the temperature change? Now, this is a global average temperature, not your weather temperature. So that's the first thing to consider. We started out here at a negative 0.5. Usually that global temperature cycles over time. But then you can see around 1940 here in between that the temperature really started to climb. And if you look at the difference between these last 20 years, we go from, or excuse me, from 1920 to 2020, we've gone 100-fold times over what we have had in the past. Again, has not happened before. So the other issue is how did this happen? And climate change has contributed to man-made adaptations to our progress, which had to do with starting to use more oil and coal and some natural gases in large quantities, and especially so as we produce more and more population. So this change is something that is considered man-made by scientists and something that we have to fix. Okay, so this is a chart that is fixed information and fixed data. The next chart we're going to look at is called a predictive modeling chart. And the reason I'm going through these charts for you is on April 22nd, if everything stays as it's supposed to, our president, President Biden, is going to present his climate change plan. And the way politicians talk about these things is different from what you'll see here today. And some of the crucial data that you want some background on are things like 2 degrees Celsius and when on the time scale we might reach this on the pathway. Now, I don't know if all of you then have read the background article that I sent out to read, but one of the things that happens is if we reach this temperature at 2 degrees centigrade, we go from climate change to climate disruption. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. So if we start here at 2021, we're just going to say that from the changes on that chart before, you can go back and look at it. And about, on average, 20 years, we go up a ½ degree Celsius. And if it's 10 degrees, you can average that out as 0.25 degrees Celsius. So starting here in 2021, we're going to say, and this is a little bit in question. Some people think we have reached 1.5 degrees Celsius already. Some people say it's lower, and I haven't found, it's up for grabs yet. I don't think I've seen anybody with an exact data, but it was, last year was, as was 2016, the highest temperatures in history. So we've got the 1.5 here. If we go up 10 years, we should see a 0.25 increase. And so let's go ahead and put that up. So we're still okay. We haven't reached climate disruption yet. And I have heard, you don't hear politicians talking about dates very much yet, although countries are starting to pledge numbers. And at first, President Biden did say he wanted to have us reach zero emissions in the United States by 2030. The last time I heard him talk, it was 2035. So these are the kind of numbers you want to listen to or hear about, because you know, if you want to take action yourself, in different kinds of ways. These are important ways of discriminating about what's really being said to you. Now, if you go out to 2040, you have actually changed, and reached that 2 degrees Celsius. Now, on this chart here, what you're looking at are recommendations for the United Nations for us to do mitigation on climate change. And NCS NCS stands for Natural Carbon Solutions. And they're suggesting that the first thing that we need to do to get to reverse climate change is to use all of the things that we would use with gardening, regenerative type techniques. And I'll talk about those in a minute. And they say that because they're the first thing that we can do locally and at scale nationally. It's already well known, and people can know how to do it in farming as well as in groups like this as master gardeners. So and it's not that expensive. So right through this area, they're hoping that we will be able to get this down by 2050. But beyond it, in this gray area, when you look at the amount of emissions we have, and I'm going to give you just one definition here. These carbon emissions are in what they call petagrams for carbon dioxide per year. This is the whole planet. This is how much carbon dioxide we're putting into the atmosphere each year. And it, other than what we do with our carbon sequestration through natural methods, that stuff hangs there for thousands of years. It doesn't come down on its own. So this is just to give you an idea of what a petagram is, or what this chart is reading as. 1 petagram of carbon is 2.2 trillion pounds of carbon dioxide. So when you look at this chart now, this year, globally, we will have put in 88 trillion pounds of carbon into the atmosphere. And that's compounded with each of these numbers to a certain degree, and they continue up. So if we do nothing else, I think the other thing I need to add is that when you reach the 2 degrees of Celsius, the reason the disruption is a problem is because at that point, we start having what are called tipping points in natural processes. And tipping points are defined as a reversible process in a system. So all of this area out here, we need to do something beyond this type of mitigation to actually solve the problem of how much carbon dioxide we have in the atmosphere. And that is usually talked about as direct carbon capture. So we'll talk about that a little bit in a couple of minutes.
Oh, Deb,
So,
can you define tipping point again?
Yeah, it's tipping point is an irreversible process. And I'll give you an example of that because it's going to come up in a little bit in the next slide. During the summer, probably almost every year on the news, on one of our hottest days, the news will have a videotape of an egg that somebody's frying on a sidewalk. And what's happening there is when you have the egg before you crack it, that's a viscous amount of proteins and things that are going to make a chicken grow, proteins and enzymes and things like that. When you put it on the sidewalk and heat it up too much, what happens is those proteins and enzymes unwind, and now you have an egg, which is great to eat, but you can never make it back to a chicken again. See, because it's now in an irreversible form. So that makes sense?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Alrighty, so let's see, let's go to the next slide. So the other thing I wanted to talk about a little bit here is how biodiversity and the impact of climate change on biodiversity and the heat implications there. So down at the bottom here, again, if you were able to read the article, I have in there a definition of one of the tipping points that's in a predictive model. Now, a predictive model chart is not guaranteed to happen at a certain point. So it's not like data that's already happened before. That's what I want you to understand about predictive modeling charts. They're charts that are planning for the future. So they're saying, oh, we've looked at this. There are maximum photosynthetic temperatures at which plants no longer put out carbon, oxygen into the atmosphere or do photosynthesis. They start because they're heating up and their proteins are turning, they start putting out carbon dioxide instead. And when that happens, the plants start to die out. And then you can see on this food web that everybody in the food chain up from them, or the food web that takes energy from these plants, the ultimate thing that's going to happen is these will be dying out also. So that's the reason why tipping points are really important and why we don't want to go into climate disruption. Now, one thing I wanted to ask you guys about too is there's one, you're probably familiar now with invasive species in terms of plants and stuff. And there is one species that's invasive that I don't see on this chart. And I'm wondering if you guys could give me samples of invasive species that you might think go on this chart. And we'll take a couple of minutes to do that. You can put it in chat and Polly, you can read them off to me.
Sounds good. And meanwhile, I did have some other comments in the beginning.
Okay, sure.
Let's see, let me go back. Let's see. So from Lisa Duncan, when you were first starting out, she says, I'm so glad there's a name for this, and it's something.
Oh.
I thought I was the only one with anxiety about global warming.
Honestly, I think that the reason we've been so slow to look at climate change is because it's, especially on the news, what you see are all the things that are going wrong. Mm-hmm. and also at some high level, so you don't really know what it is that's going wrong. And so in order for us to be able to make a change, we need to be able to see a way to have some hope about applying solutions to the problem. And when I started researching at first, the thing that I noticed most was well, this is scientists have been talking about it for a long time. And there are a lot of people already working on trying to create solutions to the problem and seeing ahead in agriculture, in business. And we won't be talking about those today, but there were plenty of people working on the problem already, while the rest of us were frightened to death that we might not, might be leaving our grandchildren something just awful.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Bernadette said the same thing.
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay, thanks. So we do have some answers for invasive items. From Ron, we have nutria.
Great. I don't know what nutria is, but we'll put that one down to add into the list.
Yeah.
They look like ugly little beavers. I think they're in the South, like
oh, cool.
Louisiana.
Oh,
great.
Maybe more like rat beavers.
Yeah, rat beavers. That sounds good.
Okay, and then from Christine, we have red-eared slider turtles.
Great.
Yep, people release them, buy them and release them. And Jennifer Dodora said domestic dogs.
Oh, interesting. That's an interesting choice.
How about polar bears?
Are
polar
they
bears
invasive? Are they coming down from where the icebergs are melting, or?
Yes, global warming.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it does. They are affected by global warming. And I keep thinking of the one in Florida where they go down the river and they've got those Asian, I don't know if it's Asian carps or what, but they're trying to go down the river and the big fat fish are flying in their face. So those are invasive species. I've got another one on my mind. So let's take a look at it. One of the problems with climate change is our population is growing and growing and growing. And one of the solutions they talk about, this is just one of the solutions, is doing what they call self-replacement fertilization, which is only having enough children to replace ourselves. Now, in the United States, our replacement number is actually at 1.5 right now. But in Nigeria, they have 7 children on average per family. So population is one of the things we're going to have to look at in the future. And that, of course, implicates food supplies. And we'll see a little bit about that later too. So let's see. The other thing I want to talk about is biodiversity and climate change, just a little bit here. When the global temperature rises, we get more CO2 into the atmosphere. We have more pressure from more humans, and that's pressure on wildlife, which is biodiversity. And by the way, biodiversity just means every living species on the planet. So they're under pressure, and what they lose are usually shelter as primary, nesting, and food sources. And the United Nations has a panel called the International Panel on Climate Change. And what they've come up with is a designation called biodiversity hotspots. So let's look at that a little bit. Biodiversity hotspots feature exceptional concentrations of species, including endemic species. And endemic species mean those plants are found no place else in the world, but where that area is called a hotspot. And a lot of these places are losing large amounts of habitat. Again, taking shelter or areas that are wild away from our wildlife species. So one of the there are 34 designated hotspots, and one of the common ones everybody knows is the Amazon rainforest.
So Deb,
Yeah.
there were also a couple more comments on the invasive species. So
Yeah.
Pete Wilson said English ivy in cats, and Christine Roloff said ice plant at beaches.
Oh,
And-
yes, that's the chaparral. The ice plant has taken over a lot of wildflowers over in the coastal chaparral. Yeah.
Right. And then Elke said humans.
Yeah, that was the one. That's the one we're looking at. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for those. Those were great additions, and every one of them made me go, ick, because I have trouble with cats. I used to live in a place where I had to, trim ivy, all of those things. Really, we've all probably had some experiences. So now a special biodiversity hotspot is California. It's also designated as a hotspot. So let's kind of take a look at that. This is one of the things they talk about in terms of biodiversity. Well, let's just read this at first. A hotspot has an area featuring a biogeographic unit that contains at least 0.5% of the world's vascular plant species as endemics and has lost 70% or more of its primary vegetation. So that has happened in California. And one of the things that makes this area, California, unique is we have so many different kinds of areas or biomes, which means areas that have different, grasses, plants, and animals. We have the mountains, we have the coast, we have the inland valleys, and those are just a few of them. And most places have maybe one biome, like the Amazon rainforest is one biome. So this is part of our uniqueness, and it has been we have, had accelerated extinctions and loss of land has a lot to do with how we're using the land. The uniqueness of biodiversity and its high share of global biodiversity gives the hotspot a global value. Thus, biodiversity hotspots qualify as unique and threatened entities. Now, here's where we have a marvelous opportunity, because the things that are being threatened can be managed with partly with information, and also by restoring habitats. And if there's one thing we know how to do as gardeners, is garden. We can offer classes and increase awareness and encourage habitat restoration and stewardship of other species, even in our urban and rural neighborhoods. And well, I'll show you a little bit about that in a bit. It is a pleasant task for us because we can take action toward climate adaptation, doing one of the things we love to do, which is gardening, and also giving out information on gardening. We have one more issue to discuss, and then we can move on to types of mitigation and adaptations we can apply. So let's see what that other issue is. Oh, first of all, it's take a break. So if you'd like to take a 10-minute break now, we'll start it now and come back. When is that? That would be 12:15. Okay, if you have
Sounds
any
good.
questions during the time, please, stay around. I'm going to hang around, so if you want to ask questions, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll watch chat for you.
Alrighty, thank you. And actually California too, who still belong to the Paris Agreement, even though the rest of us, the rest of the nation didn't necessarily. So carbon capture at scale reduces global temperatures. You can use regenerative techniques, and regenerative techniques, which you'll hear about time and time again, are ways of making your soil healthier and producing better crops. So plant natives and legumes you use for increased photosynthesis. The kind of soil management you do is called no-till, and that means you don't turn over your soil. Cover cropping is a method of using legumes like pea plants and let's see what else, different types of beans. When you're, for example, when you've been working with tomatoes, they will deplete the soil of nitrogen. So you use those kinds of cover crops to move the tomatoes, and that's called crop rotation. And so this keeps your soil healthy, and those cover crops also add to the soil in terms of the root structures and things like that that help contain moisture and better your soil. And then another thing you don't do is use synthetic inputs like fertilizer or pesticides. Over on this side, biodiversity restoration increases species resilience. So reclaiming habitat for wildlife produces stronger ecological networks with higher levels of variation, meaning no tipping points. Species co-evolve in specific locations over long periods of time. And to do that, you use native plants. And then conservation of local species, if you know how to do that, and we do to some extent. And then research on invasive species management will help with plants. So these are the kinds of things that we can give to people in the community to just make them more aware of what's available to help with climate change. And also what we want to try to do is get them to convert some of their land so that we can scale up with the process of habitat restoration for resilience and biodiversity species-wise. Just to remind you, I think you may have talked about carbon sequestering solutions earlier. When they're talking about carbon sequestering at this point with natural-based solutions, they're talking about this process for plants. CO2 is taken out of the atmosphere, and it's split into carbon and oxygen, and it goes down the plant. The oxygen is put off under the stomatas as the other ingredients go down the plant. The water and carbon combine with some of the oxygens to make sugar that goes down to the roots and helps the plant grow. And it's also fed in a symbiotic fashion to fungi and bacteria, which do convert it to nitrogen and usable forms of nitrogen rather than something that's toxic. And this part here, right down to where it's converted into nitrogen, is carbon sequestering. That carbon doesn't go back into the atmosphere. One of the reasons you don't want to till the soil here is you want to preserve these relationships. So again, now there's regenerative agriculture, and those practices there, and there are some very large companies that have already committed to moving to this kind of organic plan for cropping. They use cover crops for rotating. They do not till the soil. They rotate their crops, and they reduce their inputs in terms of pesticides by using some types of plant management. And then they also incorporate livestock. In urban communities, some people raise chickens. Myself, I would rather get a farm to lend me some horse manure or something like that to try it out, just because I don't want to work with chickens. I just don't have time. I've got to plant more. So anyway, that's what regenerative is. Now I've got a question for you guys. Lawn over here, this is the root structure on lawn. The turf grasses goes about 3 to 6 inches in height. And then native plants like this over here are 4 to 6 feet high. So which one do you think captures more carbon? You can just put answers in chat for a minute.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on chat.
We don't need too many answers. But
Okay, so actually, I've got a lot. So Elke says, let's see,
let's just do a count and tell me who says no.
natives. We've got everyone saying native plants.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. It is native plants, and part of the reason is not only are the roots longer in practicing that kind of nitrogen conversion, but it's volumetric. You're looking at a flat plant where there's really volume, and grass. It's almost two-dimensional. You've got your roots here, but each one of those roots is individual, and there's not much space in between. So it's sort of like a flat, ongoing lawn that doesn't contribute much to the soil or to insects. The other thing is insects burrow into this. Under my plants, I've got toads living here, and different insects that they just use those plants for wildlife. And they also retain more water. Most of the people, my front yard is actually now closer to a wildlife habitat than anything else. And people, I was worried they wouldn't like it. They actually like it, but they think it's a lot of work. And they also ask me what the water bill is. And invariably, my water bill is lower than theirs with the same amount of land. Because, for example, Cleveland sage, they're dormant in the summer, so you water them once a month. In the winter and fall, when they're growing, you water them twice a month, and that's it. So that kind of gives you an idea of how that works. Now we're going to do one more of these slides on what it means to climate disruption. If we just go on as business as usual, these system analysts have said we will be, go towards extinction. What we're talking about in terms of natural solutions here will get us maybe halfway, a little less than halfway up. So we're going along, but we could get ourselves into trouble. So what they add on are more sustainable consumption. And the only thing that I've heard about that, well, there are two things going on in relation to that. One is people are recommending going to a plant-based diet because they think that's the only way we'll be able to have enough, produce enough food. I don't think everybody will do that. There are some people working on things like that meat that is a plant-based meat, and I've forgotten the name of it, but it's like, oh wow, this tastes like meat, something like that. And then there are actually scientists who are trying to develop steak cells in petri dishes. So hopefully there will be more options along the way. And then sustainable production. That chart that I showed you before, and it's on that data download that you've got there, the chart that's the predictive modeling chart, there's that big gray area that is past where you're talking about natural solutions, is what's being worked in that area is called direct carbon capture. And that's because there are just phenomenal amounts of carbon in the air, and we're not going to get, we can get a lot down with natural solutions, but we would like to get it down a lot further. So we're going to just take a look at this next slide. This is not in our area, and we probably won't be giving out, information on it directly or teaching it, but it's an important part to know about what's going on. Direct air capture is when they take plants that, and this is their plant right here, that sucks carbon out of the air, and they combine it with a solution, and then they pump that solution with the carbon dioxide in it underground. And the considerations for that in the past and even now are that it's costly. They can probably work on getting the cost down. That the pressure of it underground may make it leak or cause earthquakes. And there weren't any real solutions on the horizon for that until a couple of weeks ago, when Bill Gates partnered up with a company, one of those carbon sucking plants in Iceland. And they do the same thing. They suck it out of the air and put it in a solution form and pump it underground. But the solution actually over a 2-year period of time turns into rock. Now, I don't know what kinds of other problems that might introduce, but it reduces the problems with the other problems that make those types of carbon direct capture really not that viable. So that's as much as I'm going to say about this. If you like to follow it, you can Google all of this stuff. So a lot of people now, millionaires, are putting money towards these kinds of, towards anything to do with climate change, because they see how serious it is. And it now affects their companies because they have to have, populations and people to keep their companies going. So now we're going to look at urban and suburban gardens and nature-based solutions. And I'm just going to talk about this briefly. Again, this is an overview of the kinds of things that you'll see talked about. And I am going to have a class later this summer, maybe 1 or 2, on how to design and develop gardens that are habitat restoration gardens or wildlife gardens. So if you want to do something before, Paula has added a whole bunch of references. If you want to either start a pollinator bed or a pollinator garden from different organizations, that will give you a whole bunch of information. That's how all of us started, because there just weren't any other options. So these things, if you see them online, regenerative gardening, rewilding a garden, ecological gardening, habitat restoration, and even permaculture, all practice the same gardening methods that we just went over in terms of regenerative techniques. The one thing that is really emphasized are native plants. Most we have a lot of water-wise gardens and they've been fantastic because water bills are expensive over here. But I can tell you from looking at the older presentations that there were maybe 1 or 2 pollinator plants, and the California Native Plant Society on their tours. In order to even get on the tours, you have to have 70 to 80% native plants. And the same is true, the same statement is being made by Doug Tallamy, who is an entomologist who looks at what plants are supported by different species. He's been on lecture tours for several years and is well recognized. He says the same thing. So you need 70 to 80% native plants to make a habitat. Permaculture is a bit different because it's a philosophy, and they do mix food with flowers instead of having separate beds. They have something that they emphasize, which I think for habitat restoration is important over time also, and that is having an understory to in woodland we have a lot of trees, but not necessarily that much understory. So these other things we've already gone over, so that's all I'll say about that. This comes from Doug Tallamy's website, which we're going to look at. And I'm just going to read it to you and give you a couple of examples because this comes from another nonprofit, but I just think it's a really good list of why to use native plants. So the first one is they're self-sustaining. Native plants are money-saving and time-saving machines. And that's when I was talking about them being drought tolerant and taking less water, that's part of it. Carefully selected native plants matching your property's environmental conditions will self-seed, grow deep roots, and thrive for generations with little or no maintenance. Now, at first, you're going to have some maintenance, but after they mature, it'll be less and less. And again, Paula's handouts can give you native plants that are going to match your environment in either Yolo or Solano counties. Multi-trophic benefits. Native plants are integral to your local food chain. We've looked at food webs. Natives sustain the pollinators that feed the birds, which eat and disperse the seed, continuing the cycle indefinitely. Now, this may be impacted some by climate change, so we'll look at that a bit. I'm going to skip over carbon sequestration because we've talked about it a bunch. Better symbiosis. Microorganisms in the soil rely on healthy, extensive root structures from native plants. In turn, the thriving microbes produce and deliver nutrients to the plant. This benefit sharing means better soil for your pollinators and your vegetable gardens. And I can tell you for sure that this is true. The first year, I planted some wildflowers under some fruit trees that I had, and it had rained 2 days earlier, and there was a little bit of Bermuda grass in there. So I went to digging it up, and the first thing I noticed is that there were just the wildflowers had been cut down, and there were a lot of earthworms in there. And then I noticed that actually it was pretty easy to dig in that area. It wasn't a soaking rain, it was just a little bit of rain, and the soil was damp 2 days later, and it was sort of granular. So then I went over and looked at another part of my yard where I hadn't done anything to the soil at all, and I couldn't even get a shovel into it. So that's the kind of change in soil you'll get from working with the microorganisms and pollinators. Healthy pollinators. The insects and animals that you attract to your yard will not only pollinate you and your neighbor's yard, but also help keep pest populations under control. And I'll give you a great example of that one. When I started taking out my backyard, I had every year I had ants coming into the house during the summer when it was dry and they were looking for water and food sources, and not just a little bit of ants, like a band of ants marching that were an inch wide. And I didn't want to use pesticides, so I did things like I'm sorry, but I vacuumed them up because I had to get them out of the house. And then as time moved on and my garden matured, I had fewer ants in the house like last year. And this year I have none. And I can tell you what happened during that time period. The second year, toads came into my yard, and then lizards came into my yard. And I know what's going on there. What's happening is they are now in a control loop with those ants. Also, the birds are coming down and feeding on them too. And so I don't have any more pest problems like that. Nothing comes into my house because they're all managed by other animals in the yard. And I can tell you this too, watching those animals is hysterical. The relationships between birds and lizards and things like that, it's really fun to watch. So now, improved habitat. While restoring natural habitats can feel like an uphill battle, and they're talking about the first couple of years where you've got weeds and not mature plants, the benefits of planting natives can be immediate. In one season, your natives will have provided many times more benefits than lawn grass could in a lifetime. And they grow fast also. If you put them in the winter, by next fall, they will have started like 4-inch plants, and they will be maybe 2 to 3 feet wide and high. So they grow fast and certainly are great for pollinations in the spring. Okay. So that's that. We can impart that kind of information too, although people really don't want to hear about it all that much. So I'm going to put out more like when I finally get my certified habitat signs on, I'm going to put out little flyers that explain that kind of stuff so people can look at it if they want, or don't have to get stopped by me on the road to talk about it. Now, ways that we can raise local awareness, and I think for action, this is really important. The university, you can go over there on Biodiversity Day, and there's just wonderful stuff going on. And you can walk around the campus and see the kinds of plants we're talking about. But in the communities, in the parks and things like that, this has not happened before. And if I don't have signs on my yard, people don't know what I'm doing. And they do, even though there are many bees, buzzing around in there, they don't look at them unless they're looking at a certain distance, and they just don't expect it. So if we're trying to move the community towards helping both with the environment and habitat for animals and biodiversity, and do a little bit for climate change, we want to be sure that the community people are the ones who start converting some of their lawn spaces to these kinds of plants. It can start a trend, and that's how we scale. Let's see, use your tools, observation and problem solving skills that you learned in the exercise that we may get to a little bit later. Keep up looking at, if you haven't looked at that UCD site with the website with the research on it, that site is hard to find on your own. So click on the URL and at least look at what they're talking about in terms of climate adaptation, because they are looking at ways to work with climate change before it happens. Again, I was talking about park signage, building your own wildlife gardens and putting signage in it are things that we can do to, as well as courses, to transmit information in a way that's experiential. I can tell you the one, I have different kinds of responses. Everybody likes it. They think it's a lot of work. It's not as much work as mowing my lawn was. They think it's going to be more expensive. But the children and a lot of the younger adults look at it and say, especially now with the poppies blooming, those flowers are just beautiful. They don't see them. What they're seeing now is brown lawn, and then this celebration going on the end of the block. So that's a good recommendation for doing it also. It will be fun for you to have flowers like that coming up. Tools and information on garden design. We have Beescape. Maybe we will, I think Paula is actually, when we get done where we are, which better be pretty soon, we're just going to not go into breakout rooms, but she's going to demonstrate Beescape, and maybe we'll chart a path together ourselves, all of us together. Calscape.org is part of the California Native Plant Society's tools. You can go on calscape.org, and this is in the URL list that I handed out for you. Put in your zip code or put in plants, and it will bring up those plants with lots of information about them, like what species they support, whether they're nectar or pollinator plants or both, what area they belong in, and things like how I think there's also have in there how tall, and why they get in some other information that you want for plants. They also have a new tool this year called the Garden Plant Designer, and that you can get through at Calscape, or just Google Calscape, Plant Designer. And what it is a series of questions. They have 4 different types of plant designs, and the only one I can remember right now is cottage garden. I think one might be teascape garden. And you go through answering a series of questions, first about which kind of garden you want to have, maybe acreage, different things about plantings. And at the end, you press the button, and it gives you a design that you can plant your own garden. You may want to do it that way. You may want to customize it on your own, but at least it's there so you can kind of see how they're constructed. A National Wildlife Federation, this guy Doug Tellamy has a plant finder at there, and this organization also does habitat certification. So if you want a wildlife garden, they will not only demonstrate how you put that in, but they will also give you the elements you need that are things like nesting, sources, food, water, shelter, and there are a couple of other. And if you have all of those, it doesn't matter what size your plot is. It just matters that you're providing those for species. You can certify your habitat, which goes on on a list of other people who are participating. Scaling awareness locally, statewide, and nationally, which I'm going to give you a little bit more about. If you don't like doing any of those things, the California Agricultural and Natural Resources Department, who is really looking at biodiversity, does what they call BioBlitz days. You can take courses so you learn to recognize different species, and then go out on BioBlitz Day and do bird countings or pollinator, different kinds of things that you might count. And that goes for children too. So if you want to do something with the family, that's something that's available also. All of these things are things, things like this you can transmit to the community also. Now, a different type of local state awareness, you notice I talked about politics a little bit. There are bills on climate change and conservation. And on a couple of the sites that have to do with that, Xerces is one, Xerces Society, it spells Xerces, and the National Wildlife Federation. If you get on their newsletter list, they put out alerts on bills that are about to be voted on. And the alerts are both for local and national bills. It will explain what those bills are about. And if you choose to, you can sign a petition saying, I endorse this bill, please, help that happen. And you can even add information if you want. If it's a bill I'm endorsing, I usually add something about climate change. And so that's an easy way to have that information come to you instead of having to try and gather all the information in the universe. Also, your assemblymen and your Congress members put out, I think Dodd has he does, it's like it's a podcast. It's not a Zoom, but it's a podcast. And then our Congressman Garamendi will send you what bills he's working on. And every couple of weeks or so, he will send out a survey asking you what's most important to you. So those are things that you can do without leaving your home. Other things you might want to do or could do are advocate with banks to develop climate investment portfolios. And several of them are doing that now. Wells Fargo is the most recent one. And those portfolios do not have oil, gas, or natural gas in them as part of the investment instruments. So if that's something you can do or want to do, that's available. Following other organizations with similar interests is really helpful for getting information. The California Native Plant Society in Sacramento and at state level, and then other master gardeners who are giving presentations in other counties. We're now, sending out information to each other, and I've attended different ones that weren't being presented in our area right now. So that's something that you can also do. Then let's see, I think I just did that, didn't I? Yes, I did. Okay, and for resource habitats, we've already gone over these. They're in your notes. This is Xerces, the one I was mentioning before. One that is really great that I haven't seen a lot is called the Pollinator Partnership Organization. It's also a nonprofit, statewide nationwide going into Canada also. And it, instead of defining your native plants by time zones, defines them by specific biomes. And biomes are land areas that have similar plants and species. And for example, Solano and Yolo are in the dry steppe province. And you can go to their site, look under resources, put in your zip code, and they will come up with really beautiful resources that apply only to your area. And they will talk about the species in relation to when the plants bloom and how you get successions of blooms. So it's a really good backup one. And then finally, what we're going to talk about here is the Homegrown National Park, which is Doug Tallamy's effort. Oh, I think we're going to skip. Is it okay if we skip this recess? Should we ask for questions here or?
Yeah, we should. I mean, it's up to everyone, but I think it's fine if we skip it.
Okay, let's skip it. So here's the last area. And this is examples in Yolo County. And I've already talked to Paula about going into Solano and getting similar types of examples. So I apologize at this point because these are only examples that I have. They're only the only ones I have, but we're going to have more later. And what these are projects that are happening either at the university level where you can get research, volunteer, and create local projects in your own area. And you don't have to wait for anybody. If you want to start your own project, you can propose it to us and we'll probably be open to those kinds of things. So first, what we're going to look at is this site. It's at the same place as the UCD Research for Adaption is. And what this is a group of professors there who said, well, great, put in new technology and clean energy, but what kinds of problems might they introduce? This is the backside of a set of solar panels. And you see this is bare soil. If you've ever seen the ones that they're putting out on the desert, they're huge. Areas they're taking up soil probably doesn't matter. But for example, Woodland is talking about possibly having a microgrid. And that will mean we have that to work with here. So sorry, sometimes this thing rolls off. So here was their first solution. Plant wildflower seed mixes around the interest to, the entrances to where the solar panels are. And this is kind of along the lines of using not just farmland and residential lawns, but areas that are not being used for anything else that are blank land. And in urban areas, that means in some places they're putting them on strips where there have not been plants, or the plants they're using are ornamentals, and they're reintroducing wildflowers. Also railway stations and railway areas that are they're just overgrown with weeds, and underpasses or overpasses. I don't mean underpasses, overpasses. So that's one thing that's happening. And we've already talked to somebody in Solano who is working with pollinator pathways. So that's going to be available to people on that side. Now, in terms of climate adaptation coming out of UCD, this particular adaptation started in Southern California. They know that our climate is going to be changing towards the Arizona profile. And they know that there's a problem with heat islands here, where in neighborhoods where there are no trees. And also climate change problems with some of our natives that won't do as well as the climate changes. So they in coordination with Arizona, looked at a number of plants that we might be able to introduce as non-natives and that are non-invasive, which could help enhance our tree population. So we're just going to look at 4 of these right at the moment. And let's see, we're going to start with mulga here. And these trees, I'll read you where it comes from. Mulga is a native to arid Western Australia, Peg, if you're still there. Tolerates hot and dry conditions. It can grow in sandy, loam, or clay soils. It's versatile and a hardy tree producing ascending thornless branches, and grows to 20 to 15 feet, which is residential size, I think. And it has those shiny yellow flowers you see up in this corner.
Pretty much any of the acacias work really well here, and the UCD Arboretum has samples of a whole lot of them.
Oh, that would be a great list to develop. I'll get with you, and maybe we can get, maybe I can put one together to send out to people. Does that sound good?
Sure.
Great. Okay, so the next one is desert willow. And let's see, I've got to find out where that is. It's very showy, and you can see it's with succulents over here, so it doesn't take a lot of water, but it's kind of one of those willowy trees, and it look a little bit like orchids. So it's a native to California and the Southwest. It's a small flowering desert tree that can reach a height of 15 feet. So I'm not going to go through a lot of detail on these. Let's see, the next one I wanted to do was Osage orange, because it's pretty interesting. It is a native to the Western Great Plains. It grows quickly to a height of 30 to 50 feet. The deciduous leaves are glossy green, and you can see they turn in the fall. And it's a thornless cultivar and fruitless. Now, I had looked at these little things on the tree and seen them cut in half, and they look like fruit, but perhaps they're inedible fruit. So that's something I'll have to look up and find out about. But it's a really interesting looking tree, and that's sizable. Now, the one thing I wanted to point out over here is they started out doing this research in Southern California and published their list down there. And then they started a plot up here in Northern California at UCD. I don't know if you know either, Peg, but who's doing the research there. But I think this going and using this as a tour for continuing credits would be great, because the trees have been there for 3 or 4 years, and it's right off of Hutchison Drive.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's doing the research, but another tree that they've now worked up with UCD research that they recommend is the Vitex, which is the Vitex. Yeah. It's Southwest, mostly Texas, but it has beautiful sprays of blue flowers on it.
Okay, great. We'll add to that list. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to move yet. But anyway, that's all I'm going to do there because we're running out of time.
We
This
just
is
had a couple of quick comments that
Go ahead.
Ron Unger was saying that desert solar does affect habitat. And
Oh,
Christian
great.
said they're building a solar on Lake Herman Road. And then Jennifer Dodora said, my husband is an investment advisor slash financial planner. I asked, and he says the portfolios that don't invest in fossil fuels are sometimes called ESG,
Oh, thank
environmental,
you.
environmental
Yeah.
social governance, and they also look at the sustainable footprint of the companies.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, this is another project that was done recently in February. The one thing I want to say is that the Master Gardeners have been working with the city. The city has a climate action plan, and they just redid it and put on, and they're for lowering emissions. They're required to lower emissions, and so pollinator gardens and rain gardens, which is the last thing we're going to talk about, are on this list. So they just put in at City Hall this pollinator garden. And you can see it's interesting because it's part shade and part sun. So this is sort of a dappled shade area. And these plants in the front are called heuchera. And they'll grow together and they put out these lovely little spires and look wonderful under big trees. And then over on this side, what they did was put a pathway through the garden. There's a walkway straight up to the City Hall, but this way you can, as the garden grows, you can walk through it. And at the end, there's this mosaic pottery that publicizes the Bee City USA event that we have every year. And they close off Main Street. It's on hiatus right now, but it's all about bees and literature about bees. And we usually have a table there. And that's something that people can volunteer for sure. So now the last thing we have to look at is another project that's on hiatus. And it's a rain garden in Crawford Park, which is at the southeast area of Woodland, close to 113. And they have flooding over here on the side of the road during the winter. And we know that flooding may, as time goes by, we may have more flooding and less snowpack. So they wanted to introduce a rain garden in here. And a rain garden is a depression area where you can put in plants that will take that water, and they can take water, stand in water for the winter and dry out in the summer and have no water and still survive. So the road out here on this side is a little bit higher, and that's where the residents are. And then this kind of slopes down a little bit. And as you come down this road, this is the lowest point in the road. And so right here, they're going to put in a flue so the water can enter the rain garden. And the depression there right now is about 1.5 feet or so. And I don't know if they're going to make it deeper or not, but the rain, oops, here we go. The rain garden itself is about 1,500 square feet. And just so you can imagine, if that's 1,500 square feet, this area is probably around 2,000. There's another 2,000 over here. So that's 4,000 area that we're going to convert to a great extent into pollinators and things like that. So it's a pretty exciting project. And by the way, this is maybe less than 1/4 of the size of this park. It's really large. So it's really going to be a benefit to the park, and it's something that new master gardeners are going to be able to volunteer for if you're interested in this kind of work. And this is also climate change action. When you, let's see, I should put this down here. When you walk into the garden, there's going to be interpretive signage, and you can see these plants over here are rain garden plants. There's a slope, and they're going down under that bridge into that big area where there'll be water added. So that's the first way you go into the park. And signage is really important. We haven't had that before, so I'm overjoyed with that. When you're walking across the bridge, there's plants, again, they're going to be those same kinds of plants on the other side of the bridge, and you can see everything sloping down into that area. So you walk across the bridge there and see those plants underneath. Then over in this area, there's presentation areas as well, and also a place for seating. And they're going to allow master gardeners to have a couple of presentations a year, and probably one of those is going to be on rain gardens. You can see that it looks like this brick pathway here, and pervious means there's no concrete between those blocks. It's maybe plants, or it may be gravel, soil, or something like that. And that allows water to percolate through that area. Then here, we are good with mosaic tile. So one of the sides might be a mosaic tile seat wall. On the other side, this, I have no picture for this. So I just, all I'm showing you here is that this is, the wood seating is attached to the two different walls here. And this is, will be facing out to where the presentations are happening. Then they wanted to have some mature trees as focal points. And so I went over to the park, and one of the mature trees that was in that area, it was too big for me to get a picture of. But this one is on the side of the park. You can't tell necessarily what the size of this tree is, but if you look at the size of the car and back and the houses over here, it gives you an idea, because this is only maybe 30 yards away or so. The circumference around this tree is probably 30 or 40 inches. And often when I drive by this park, you'll see bicycles leaned up against it, and kids sitting in the bough of this tree talking to each other and looking out into the park, and it gives it a really familial feel, which I like a lot. Let's see, so that was one tree. Here's another in a different part of the park. It was blooming while I was there, and so you can see there's a lot of selections of pines and fruiting trees and things like that. And then finally, we have over here in the shade, we'll be putting in plant pollinator gardens that are shade plants. And when you get out of the shade area and into the sun, we'll have a pollinator garden that is all sun plants. So Mary Stokes, the person who is managing this, like I said, it's not started back up again yet, but she thinks she'll need about 5 more people on the project during different parts of the project. And people will be doing things like doing research for signing, signage, helping select plants, layout, and some installation and upkeep. We're also going to coach and mentor a group called the California Student Leadership in Green Environment from UCD, who are interdisciplinary students who have worked with with rain gardens on the campus. And so we'll work with them, and they've committed to doing upkeep for a couple of years in the park. And I think that's about all I want to say about that now. But if you're interested in this kind of thing, don't be shy about stepping up and saying you're interested in doing it, because people that are master gardeners are at all levels. And sometimes we're learning as we're also coaching someone else. And then finally, oh, it's 1 o'clock already.
It is.
Yes. This is, I'm just going to say this, and I won't even go through the slides. Take a look at Homegrown National Park. If you have any kind of pollinators at all, you can put them, you can get an account, and they have a site. And what they're trying to do is we have 40 million acres of lawn, 40 or 50 million acres. If half of it was converted to pollinators, we would have, well, we wouldn't have a biodiversity problem, and we would be doing a lot towards carbon sequestration. So take a look at it. If you can find woodland on the map, I and one other person are the only ones on that map so far. It's only about a week old. So I may do a project with that where I try to get master gardeners to just go and sign up. And so that kind of rounds out this, and it looks like maybe we'll have to do that exercise some other time. Are there any final questions you have?
Yeah, we've got one from Cheryl that says, who do we contact for volunteering for the rain garden?
The rain, it's going to be Mary Stokes, but you get in touch with Jennifer about that, because she's going to have information about where they are. And then also come to a planning meeting or so, just to kind of get introduced to it. It looks like they may be starting up again soon, and Mary's reporting on it in the planning meetings. So you can just kind of see what's happening there, but definitely get in touch with Jennifer.
Great. Okay, so what do you think? How about if I share the bee barn one more time, and then we can
Oh,
have,
yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
so let's see. I think, Deb, you might have to
Yeah,
unshare.
yes, I agree. I do have to unshare. And for people who aren't interested in the bee barn, you can take off if you want, but if you are interested, I promise not to put myself in the lottery, because I would love one myself.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to say it's just for class members. I know Jennifer is jonesing for one of these, but we might have to.
One. Actually, I have several Tom originals, so I'm good.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so this one is a Tom original, and he was so kind to say, yep, use it as a giveaway to a lucky class member. So right now, if you can just type into chat, I think everyone's able to get into chat now, I'm hoping. If you can type in bee barn, I'll give you just a few minutes, and I'm gonna put chat back up so I have it. Let's see here. My chat kind of went away, so if someone else can help with
Oh,
this,
sure.
that would be great.
Just as soon as 73 people in chat. Is that possible?
No, there's
Well,
only
they're only
21.
21. Yeah, they're just 73 messages. Sorry about that. Don't want to scare anybody.
Okay, so let's see, give it a few more minutes or seconds. And it's looking like we have people that are still putting it into chat. And Peg just noted, I believe this is the last class for our incoming Master Gardeners. Congratulations and welcome, welcome,
yes.
welcome to the program. And we all look forward, she said, I look forward to meeting you all in person.
Yes.
Yes, and
Agreed.
getting out there together and doing some of the stuff we love doing. Okay, so who wants to pick someone at random? It's like an eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Oh, let's see. Okay, I think everyone's put in their bee barn.
Have someone call out a number and then count down on the messages or something.
Yeah, I was going to say, count out how many are there and then just pick a number between one and whatever it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. We have 7.
Oh, and by the way, she's going to hand deliver it. Paula is.
That's right. So I'm going to need your address. Okay, so let's see. Me call out a number? Or Jennifer, do you want to call out a number?
No, because I know how many are there now.
Uh-oh.
Let Peg do it. Let Peg do it. She's still here?
Yeah.
Peg, can you call out a number? And then I'll see whose number that is. Oh, you're on mute.
9.
There were 7.
No, I think there's more than,
No,
I
there's
think
more
there's
than-
more than 7.
Oh, is there?
There
Okay.
is? Okay.
Yeah. At a rough count, I think there's more
Oh,
than
there's
7.
more than 7. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's more than 7. So I picked 9, somewhere in the middle.
Okay, so am I missing? Let's see. Let me go back.
I've got
Oh,
1, 2.
If someone could help me
Oh,
count.
wow.
Sure.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, Let's see if we agree on this. Have you got to 9 yet?
6, 7, 8. It looks to me like number 9 is Jennifer Dodora.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
I think that's right. Jennifer Dodora. Yay! Let me show the bee barn again, just so you can see it.
Ooh.
It's kind of cool. So again, I think this is maybe one of the Tom originals. And what's kind of cool is when you go out and about, like over at, what's the park in Fairfield? Denell, you see a bunch of these. So when you see this, it's sort of like the Tom trademark.
Yeah.
Great.
Is it the blue and black because of the ultraviolet? Because that's what they see?
Yeah, well, according to Tom, that's like the colors that they like the best. And
Nice.
what he was saying is when you've got the colors in the front near the holes, that also helps them remember which hole they were going into to put the eggs in.
Oh,
Yeah, so that's kind of fun too. And this one doesn't have a hanger on it because it has a stand. So you can just stand it on something, or if you wanted to hang it, you might have to take the stand off, but you would just put a hanger on the back. And so basically just put it out and get the flowers that you know are going to attract the native bees. Put it somewhere where it's only getting morning sun, away from really heavy duty heat and, you know, rain and all that kind of stuff, and you're good to go. So let's see, I can probably get your address from Jennifer, and then from Jennifer Bomback, and then Jennifer Dodora, I can make arrangements to bring it over to you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Yay.
whereabouts are you located? Just city.
Between Vacaville. I'm out in the country.
Good.
So
I'm in
Gibson,
Vacaville too.
Yeah. So Gibson Canyon-ish.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. This has been really, really fun. I'm excited
and
about.
we're
Yeah.
looking forward to coming to your graduation too. I think
Yes.
it's on Zoom, right? Yeah.
I don't know. We're gonna make plans. I'm already.
Oh, okay. Excuse
Yes.
me.
I don't know yet.
Deb
Thank
and
you
Paula,
so
that was
much.
fabulous.
Right. Okay.
That
Yeah.
was really good.
Thanks
Good job,
again, Peg.
ladies.
Thank you, Peg, for helping
So
out.
Jennifer,
Yes.
I have a question for you.
Who's talking? I don't see. Oh, there you are.
It's Cheryl. So I'm trying to send you my presentation and it's not going for some reason. So I want to know if it's okay if my girlfriend sends it to you. Would
Sure.
you? Okay.
Yeah.
Do I need to just let her know? Obviously. Okay, I'll have her send it to you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you so much.
For the rest of the class, thanks for coming today. Next week's student presentations, I'm going to send out a poll probably later today if you haven't already signed up for a day. So either you're going to do it next Friday or the Friday after. I think you guys could probably have at least 15 to 20 minutes if you wanted to show whatever it was and then discuss it. So the rest of us could see where you were coming from on it, since it's very different from years past in a whole bunch of ways. I also have Bow Wow Pow, but I haven't put that together. Mike just sent it to me last night, so I will put those together quickly and hopefully get those out to you guys. So if anybody has any questions now, I can answer questions before we take off. And those of you who don't can leave. And
Yeah, and don't worry about the exam. I did mine from England and I had to sit at the computer at 2 a.m. in the morning because I was out in the country with
wow.
broadband.
Yes.
And trying to
Can
do
be done.
research was incredible. And 2 questions disappeared and Jennifer never received them, but I still passed. So don't worry about the exam.
Excellent. Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah.
for that.
yeah,
Yes,
they're probably
definitely
freaking
don't-
about that now.
Don't worry. Definitely don't
No,
worry.
don't worry. You'll do fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. I do have a minute for you, Julia. So stick around. And the rest of y'all are free to roam. It's beautiful outside.
Okay. Bye, everyone.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm
Bye.
going out to pull weeds.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oxalis. Blah. Bye.
Catch weed. That's what I got.
Deb, I'll
So,
talk to you later too.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. So
Okay.
can we meet up a little bit later?
Sounds
Thank you,
good.
Jennifer. Really
Yeah.
appreciate your help.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you.
everything.
Thank you
We're all kinda
guys.
trying to work. Everyone's fine with the whole delay
Yeah.
tactic.
Great.
I think.
Okay.
Jennifer,
bye-bye now.
did your voice turn into a man's
In other
voice?
places,
No, it's
Yes.
somebody else.
That's
we're all on the same
Christian, I
page.
think.
Oh, that's actually,
No, that's not me, but I have a question though.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Where everybody agrees
Go
on
for it.
strategy.
When Paula was doing the presentation, she was saying about the raspberries pollinating.
Mhm.
So I have a patio garden and I just have everything there. I have tomatoes, cucumbers, boysenberries, blueberries, raspberries. So is that a problem that all of that is mixed in? Because I know that Deborah was saying that I shouldn't have tomatoes or cucumber stuff around like that.
It depends. It's only the same, probably the same genus can go across. So tomatoes won't go to raspberries. Raspberries won't go to tomatoes.
Yeah.
The
The issue there is the raspberries are subject to verticillium wilt. So you don't really want to place them close to tomatoes.
Yeah, or probably have them in the same soil. If you had them in the same,
Good point. Yeah.
you know,
I have
that's
them all separate in different pots,
Oh, good.
but
Then you
know,
can move them.
yeah.
everything just so as long as I just keep them away, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have to keep the tomato plant away from all the berries because I have boysenberry, blackberry, blueberry, raspberry,
Yeah.
strawberries.
Is Mike still here? He probably isn't, but that's the guy to ask about that. I have boysenberries and I honestly, I don't know about that. I assume that, well, you can't really assume that one species or genus is going to be the same as another. The answer to your question, though, I Googled it. So you might actually be able to find that out online too. But Mike Cluck is the other. Is it Cluck or Cluck?
Cluck.
Thank you.
Like
Okay.
the
Yeah,
chicken.
we were talking about that. We
I believe
couldn't.
it's
Yeah.
like the chicken.
We're afraid to call him anything but Mike because we're not sure.
We're saying
Mike
Mike K because we.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of mics.
So, yeah, so can you give him Mike's address to ask those questions or
Sure,
something?
I'll send him his info.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
All right,
And
thanks,
I would like to
Christian.
get- I would like to get involved with all the stuff that you were presenting, Deborah. I don't know if
Mhm.
that's only for Yolo County, but I live in Solano County.
Yes, if you want to, you can. It's a trip over, but it may be, it just depends on what you want to do. And the other thing is, I am going to locate projects in Solano too. You're welcome to do that. I think it would be great. I would love to have you over.
Because I don't know if you know people from the Vallejo People Garden, like Ravi, Vilma. They work with this. I know they work with the county here, so
Yeah.
maybe I can ask them about how to, put proposals and stuff like that. Like you were saying, like for the
Yes.
solar
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah.
they're just building one on Lake Herman Road, and like you said, they completely just get rid of all the green to put their all their machines or whatever, and they just destroy whatever habitat was there.
So Jennifer, do you work with anybody at their city hall or their city?
Vallejo, I don't have any contacts right now except Vallejo People's Garden, but I'm sure we can find some contacts.
Robbie might have some contacts, Jennifer, because he works with the city.
Have him send some information my way. Maybe we could figure something out. Maybe we can connect Deb and Paula and everybody,
Absolutely.
whoever
Yeah.
wants to be involved to it.
That'd be
I gotta
great.
answer Julia's question real quick though, so she can escape.
Okay, I'm gonna head out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christian.
Okay. Bye, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Paula.
thanks.
See you later.
My question is very simple. I just wanted to focus on my presentation and just make sure, because you had said you wanted to hear what people were doing. And I was just so I had a funny lemon off my lemon tree. And I was trying to approach my presentation from, hold on. Take this off from the perspective of what a home gardener might ask.
Sure.
And just about a Eureka lemon. And so I just wanted to make sure that was, like I was going to focus, of course, I'm pretty certain it's citrus mites.
Yeah, it could be, yeah. It
And
could be aphid.
and could be aphid, right? And
Yeah.
so I was going to kind of do that exploration and just kind of, like, oh, hey, have you ever, like, have you had this? Is it safe to eat? What are some of the things, because and
Sure.
compare it to your other one and compare it to like the thick skinned, like when you do have a thick skinned one, and just talk about that. Does that sound interesting?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, it's like a problem diagnosis sort of.
It's, and that's another thing that I have a friend who asked me to, she's like, she has a Eureka lemon. She's like, why do I have spikes? Why is it doing this? Why is it not flowering? So I was just going to put a lot of these questions, as this is the home gardener asking, and I was just going to do a little video on that.
I think that's fine. It'll show people kind of to maybe also what they might expect when they're out in the public doing farmers market type things, or even when they just encounter people that know that you're a master gardener. They're like, well, what about this? And then you as a master gardener are like, oh God, okay, well, did you do this, or this? That people usually lie. They say didn't. Then you keep questioning, and then you get the answer hopefully eventually. So,
Okay.
but yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. And then I am looking forward to, I'm going to be traveling. I kind of arranged I'm going to be traveling for the next 2 weeks.
Sure.
And so I arranged it knowing that I didn't have to be in class, but I'll definitely be at the presentations.
Okay.
And I was hoping to try and get on the 30th. Personally, I'd rather do the 23rd, but just the way our travel schedule is working out, the 30th might be better.
Okay.
I'm going to be back east.
I'll put you on the 30th.
Not a big deal, but I just wanted to share that with you, that
No worries.
I'll happily share what video I can. And I'm very nervous because I don't feel like my knowledge base is there yet, but I'll get there. I know I will.
You're not alone. And like Deb said, no matter how long we've been in here and all of our experiences are varied, there's a ton of things I don't know that like they present all this new stuff sometimes in class, and it's like, wow, I haven't heard that, like some of the climate stuff. Right. I don't know. So don't freak out about it. Everybody's on your same level. So I would not freak about it at all.
Okay. I just didn't want to have a boring presentation that they wouldn't find. I just wanted to make sure it was interesting and informative. And I was going to end it with, if it's okay, with the promise of one day we can all sample my homemade limoncello.
Oh my God. People would be there for that.
and I was gonna give my lemon curd recipe and just show okay, I'm preserving lemons, I make lemon curd, all the different things, and how to peel the lemon zest. But I might be taking on more than I should. So
you're veering off into the master fruit preserver area, but still, you might include a couple little things about that, like people love lemon curd and limoncello.
Throw out share with people, don't throw away your lemons, peel them, and find someone who share the wealth or something. Okay.
Totally.
Okay. Because that's all right. I'll figure it out. I just I'm working on it this weekend, so I wanted to get my set.
I hear you.
All right. Well, thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate your time. Now I'm definitely going to focus on getting this done.
All right. Well, enjoy, and I will see you on the other end.
See ya. Take care.
Bye.